a little early. Hello, everyone. I am Tacit, and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 91. So today, of course, you know what today is. Today is the carpentry day. Unfortunately, but also it must be done. I mean, no, carpentry is not that bad. It's just really AFK. So doing it actively is a little bit clunkier. But, of course, our main goal for today is the main goal we've had for a while that will finally be finished today, is getting 200 woodcutting and 200 carpentry. The stream does not end until we have both. And that is the game plan. We're starting with a little bit of carpentry just so we can get better knowledge. And honestly, we'll just go all in and then finish woodcutting, we'll see. Because it makes sense to process everything that we can do right now. And what we can currently process is nearly the entire bank. So, yeah, this is probably the start of carpentry. Also, Lopi! Welcome, welcome, welcome. And that's the game plan. I do need to bank some of these. I've been selling a lot more than I would have initially anticipated for these, but I don't know, they're not going to be that useful. They do have like an okay level range, like if we go check them real quick. It's 167 to 320, so of course you do get the 199s out of it and stuff like that. But these are for weapons as well, so you're generally going to be needing a really high weapon. Unless those special attack weapons that use you are pretty good. The most noteworthy one on Cryo Knight is likely the death-related one, the two-handed battle axe. But even for that, you're probably going to be making a higher level range than this little low thing that we have. When's our next one that we can make? Like, how far does tier 4 go? Tier 4 goes to level 320. That's the number I'm looking for. So the current thing we're getting right now goes to 320 battle axe. The biggest issue with this is we don't know how good it is. Like, it could be awful. It could be, like, the best spec in the entire game. We just currently don't know. It's the second highest requirement weapon for Cryo Knight. It's also the slowest hitting Necromay weapon. And generally slow hitting weapons will likely have a better spec. Not always, but they are more likely to. So I do kind of want to bank a few more. I think I only have like 100, 200 banked. So maybe we start banking the rest of them. We don't have that many left. Also, I really shouldn't have gotten those oaks that we got the other day. Because this entire time, the last 1,000 logs, I keep having to like scroll down slightly. Yeah, honestly, it would have probably been better to have just dropped the 80 oak logs that we got. And just not even bother with them, because I forgot that would make it so there's like a bottle neck on it. Having just the ash planks there, or ash logs, doesn't do that, but having both the ash logs and the oak there kind of blocks you from getting everything else, which is kind of annoying. Oh, so was this the 7%? Yes, this was. Okay, we got to go throw this on the carpentry. Also, we will be throwing all knowledge on carpentry today. Every last bit of it. Every single thing. The only exception to that is if we are getting near the end of our bank. Like, you know, if it looks like we still have a lot of stuff left in the bank, I might start dumping the knowledge into cooking or something for chapter 1. The only problem with that is I would have to switch up my potions a little, so maybe just keep dumping into carpentry. I need post 200 carpentry eventually anyways. We would technically need 208 and 216 to be able to do hickory. I just only need like one item for Cryo Knight that really needs hickory though. But you get access to it at 208 woodcutting, and then the 216 carpentry right there. Right over there. But yeah, it's not too important to get that. I believe it's used for the yellow mace or something. I think that was the yellow one. So yeah, that would have been our yellow mace and our yellow axes then. So that one's actually not too bad. There is a bit of a reason to actually go get it. I said, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope you're having a wonderful week so far. But yeah, it's finally carpentry day. It's not going to be 12 hours of carpentry, but gosh, it's sure a lot of carpentry. Gotta do 17 more levels. Which is definitely not quick, though it's not 12 hours long. The stream, on a guesstimation, should be about 8 to 10 hours. Give or take how much knowledge helps, as well as how much we bank, like if I want to go bank these right now. Because banking makes this take 25% longer. So if we were going to have to do like 6 hours of carpentry, it would otherwise be like 7.5 hours of carpentry. If we were to bank everything along the way. So it really comes down to how much we bank. These are tank banks for total. Some of them are really weird in the numbers we have, though some of them we could just hand to our ults if we want to. But, yeah, I didn't really bank too many of the super high tier ones. I did bank every Suave, though. Just because it's used for our main weapon upgrade. This is by far the most useful material that we got in the entire 200 Carpenter grid. So I had to bank every last one of them. We had 555, and now we have 111. But, yeah, we don't have that many, U's. This has to last us all the way to like 310 carpentry and like 310 woodcutting or whatever it is. Which I assure you is not happening anytime soon. No time even remotely soon are we going for tier 5 woodcutting and carpentry. But yeah, we're stuck with that one for a while since it's the really last material. So I probably should be banking the rest that we have in our bank right now. Probably should have banked even more of it, but I want that speed. When it comes to the ash planks, I'm probably honestly selling half of them. As much as I want to bank all of them because they go all the way to like level 400 something. They don't go to 500, so you still need that tier 6. Even though they have a really nice level range that goes from like 250-ish all the way to 450-ish. Oh, you're not late. You pretty much just got here as soon as we started. If anything, I'm late. It's because it's getting a few things done in the morning. Just so that we could spend all day doing brighter shores. You caught your son's flu? Oh no! Yeah, I hate when that happened. That's how I got sick the other month. When I got like really, really bad in October. I got sick because everyone in my household got sick. And then it eventually caught up to me, and then I got sick for like forever. Even past them getting better. But honestly, that's pretty much the only times I ever get sick these days. Is if my household gets sick. Oh, no worries, Isabel. Rest up. Hope you get better soon. Well, more time to go play Palia. Or whatever you've been up to lately. I don't know, have you been playing more Power World or Palia lately? Or some other game? Did you say there was some kind of Hello Kitty thing that came out recently? I would never play something like that, though. I do need to go revisit Power World, though. I still have not tried it since the big major update that they actually advertised at the Game Awards and everything. Like, they did that back in December, and I still haven't tried it yet. Mostly because Old School RuneScape Leagues was going on at the time, and I was doing that instead in my free time. When we were spamming Brighter Shores. Hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You been doing Minecraft? Nice. Yeah, I was never able to get into Minecraft. I'm still not a big fan of sandbox games. We tried it once on stream just for fun, for the fun of it one day. When we were doing a bit of variety stuff. And, oh no, I don't get it. I feel that way about every sandbox game, though. I need structure like Brighter Shores. I need lots and lots of structure with lots and lots of goals. You can't just put me in the middle of nowhere and be like, do stuff. I need clear-cut objectives, or the ability to make my own based on some kind of system. And luckily, Brighter Shores does not lack that to any degree. The current state has like 3 years of that. If you want to go that far with it. Still really curious to see where the upcoming development is. This is pretty much the longest the game has ever gone. Oh, oops, I keep doing it like I was doing it off stream. Because I forgot, I don't really have a proper right click when off stream. So I can't click right click deposit all. I should probably change that at some point. I'm not sure what you need to do that. But I actually don't have a proper right click option when I'm doing Brighter Shores. I set up like a hotkey for everything except for a right click. And there are a few situations where you actually do need a right click. Most notably with these storage bins for deposit all. As the default is open, which is way slower than deposit all. Yeah, right now we're in the longest strike streak for updates for Brighter Shores, not counting when they were literally doing nothing because of vacation, or, you know, during the holiday. But it's mostly because they're working on big stuff. They were currently working on 2 side quests and an entire combat overhaul. Which makes sense. One of them is nuking the entirety of combat and restructuring the entire thing from scratch, pretty much. Not made out from scratch, but you know. Like a exceedingly great overhaul. And the other one is 2 new quests in a system that has never actually added a new quest yet. But after they add those 2 quests, I feel like they're going to start doing a lot more. Like one every single month or so. He's already poised to do so. If we're getting 2 within the next month or 2. And then getting 3 pretty much when Chapter 5 comes out. Even if they only add 1 more between then. That'd still be a quest every month. As we have 2 in the next 2 months. Then we'll have 3 in Chapter 5. You know, the main storyline plus at least 2 side quests. And if they do at least 1 more between then that would have been effectively 1 every month. So far we know of 5 of the 6. They haven't announced the 6th one yet, though. Though Chapter 5 launching with 3 is an assumption. But that assumption is based on every chapter having at least 3. AKA main storyline plus 2. Obviously it has main storyline, that goes without saying. But so far, every quest or every chapter has had at least one main storyline and then 2 side quests. Some have had more, but all of them have had at least that minimum. Oh, also, 184 we're about to go hit. This is actually a huge milestone. Aside from 200, this is actually going to be the biggest milestone of the day. Other than maybe 197 woodcutting, as we can go to a slightly better method if we want to at that point. But when it comes to carpentry, 184 is the most relevant number that we'll get today, other than 200. As that allows us to start using our ash planks that we have a billion of, over 1,000 of already. And we're not even done with woodcutting yet. We already have over 1,000 of them that we need to go do. So hello, boogers! Welcome! Hope all's been well. Hope you've been having a wonderful week so far. I mentioned it the other day, but we did finally get our taxes done yesterday. That's nice. Don't need to worry about that now. Still have to go pay in after it gets processed and everything, though. As far as actually all the filing and everything, it has been done. So we don't need to worry about that till next year. And then we get to worry about it again. Working on a merchant? Nice. Your least favorite skill so far? Really? I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with merchant. It is my favorite skill in the game, but also my least favorite skill to do, if that makes any sense. I burn out on it so quickly. Just because of how convoluted it is compared to an average skill. But I really enjoy how unique it is. And wish there was more skills like it. Even though it's my least favorite skill to go train. I really need to. I need to get to 322 before Chapter 5. I've actually been doing a lot of merchant without doing map, oddly enough. I actually almost barely ever use the map while doing merchant. You eventually learn the town pretty well. It's definitely quite a maze initially. But once you have all the shortcuts and do it for a bit, you kind of figure out where everything is, naturally. But yeah, a lot of times when I run merchant now, I don't even have the minimap open. I have been using it a little bit more since they added the circle thingy, though. There are a few things in merchant that makes the circle a lot better compared to the previous 2-room system. The main thing I'm waiting on merchant is equipable potions. Whenever that equipable potion quest comes in, which is hopefully one of the 2 that's coming in, with the 2 upcoming quests that they were mentioning, I kind of want that before I get back into merchant. Because there's so many activities where having potions in your inventory is really bad. Some of them affects you slightly, others affects you a lot. There we go, we finally got our plank. But merchant's one of those where you really need potions, because you're basically getting the benefit of doing like a chef run that you always use potions for. But you have the downside of the fact that you always need intervals of 6. So if you have any amount of potions in your inventory, you're automatically giving up 1 set of items, which is so absurdly bad. Like here, it's not too bad because we're only giving up 1 out of our 12. But giving up 1 out of your 4 is so bad for merchant. So once equipable potions come out, I'm probably going to be doing a lot more merchant. And I'm hoping that one of the 2 quests that they have coming up will be one of them being equipable potion. We don't currently know what the rewards are for either. My guess would be a teleport spot for Chapter 1, because it doesn't have one, the second one, and a equipable potion. I'm more confident with the equipable potion one, though, because they mentioned that during the Q&A as well that's coming in through a quest. And what better way than one of the upcoming 2 quests? Because if they're having half their team working on it, that means it's something big. Generally, you shouldn't need half your team to work on a quest. Okay, I guess technically it's 2 quests. But that likely means they're trying to figure out how to make equipable potions work, if you need more than like a few people for that. Because I feel like most side quests, they could probably have 1 to 3 people on, and be fine. No, no, fairness, half their team. When you're talking about half their team. Oh wait, where am I going? I guess that almost is the number. But still. The fact that they say half the team working on 2 quests makes me think one of them is a bit bigger. And one of those things that could be a bit bigger is obviously equipable potions. Because that would require a lot of weird coding to make that work. Especially if they want to add it to Tool Belt, which would also require a complete restructuring of Tool Belt. So not only would they have to code equipable potions working, but would also have to completely overhaul the Tool Belt menu. That or add a dedicated potion menu. We still have 2 tabs left. I'm not sure what they're going to use it for, but we still have 2 tabs left. I'm not sure if they're just keeping it open for future ideas or what. But there are still 2 circles that aren't used. And I still wish they would update the sense circle to be any spell you want. Like, imagine if you can make this your teleport spell or something. Or contacting your quartermaster, or really anything that isn't sense. Not that sense isn't useful, but there's already a hotkey for it now. So you don't really need it to be a clickable item. Or, you know, clickable icon. That'd be so much more useful if that could toggle your teleport or anything else. If it brought up, like, this teleport menu from clicking there. Yep, we're finally at 184. 184 is our pretty much most relevant level. It allows us to process all the ash planks, which is the main thing we're woodcutting pretty much to 200. I might switch over at 197, but I might also just do it all the way to 200 when we finish out the woodcutting grind. But I do want to prioritize carpentry a little bit first, with the main reason being that we're going to be dumping knowledge into it anyways. So it'll also be able to gauge about how much we need to go do between the 2 of them. It'd also gauge how much pines I end up doing by 197. As if I do all the way to 200 off of ashes, there might be a situation where I actually need to do some pines. So I can already have them pre-made. As I do plan to make these pine poles. I forget what they're used for. I think they're for our fire daggers on Cryonite, which isn't particularly useful right now, but who knows, maybe they're going to be good after a special attack. They might have like the best DPS over time, or damage over time kind of effect. Who knows? But it could be anything. So I do actually want to process some of these pine poles, even though it's already at 200, which would already be our completed goal. But I want to have at least like 100 banked, if not a few hundred. Just so we don't have to worry about carpentry for a while. Because of course, after today, we're basically chapter 1 locked until combat rework. Because that grind's going to take us at least a solid week. Like the next like 10-ish days are probably just all in Hopeport. Not sure exactly how much time it'll take, but it's definitely not going to be quick. I would love if it get done in a week, but there's no way. How many levels do we need? We need 265 levels. 265. How many would we have to do per day if we were to do that in, let's say, 7 days from now? I think our main goal is to get done by Valentine's Day. So let's do it based on that. 13 days. What is 13 into that number? Calculator, go. 1 second. Let me get the carpentry going. I want to see the math on what that comes out to. Alright, I'll get these. Okay, we're almost out of use. We're nearly there. What do you think they will ever do for tank, healer, damage thing? Then with all 3 classes, with each role? No, I don't think they're going to divide it like that. You could probably go and spec after the skill tree comes out to be more tanky, or to be more DPS oriented. We don't really have a dedicated healer role. Not sure how they would ever do that in the future. But right now, basically every class is like a whatever you make it class. There's not really any one that is more of a given role. It's almost like RuneScape in that regard. And that every class can pretty much be anything. You can make your skill tree after the combat rework to be a lot more tankier. There are things that do things a little bit better. For example, Cryonite is set up a little bit better to be tanky, as a lot of its main DPS weapons do end up using a shield. Like its 2 out of the 3 of its main color weapons are all shield based, whereas for the other classes is only 1 out of 3. So it is poised to be a little bit more of a tank than the other 2 classes. Hammer Mage is definitely set up to be a little bit more DPS than the other classes. And Guardian is currently set up just to be, like, really quick attack speed. There isn't actually anything particularly unique with Guardian right now. In that regard. Like, Guardian's kind of almost like the middle ground in that regard. Whereas Cryonite's slightly tankier. But then the other 2 are kind of just DPS. Purely. Just as far as, like, all the options that it has. But you can make them into anything depending on what you end up going with weapon-wise. Or how you end up doing skill tree once it ends up getting added. Like, every class can do every role, effectively, except for healer. But that's mostly because there's not, like, healing spells or healing anything in that regard. It's actually an issue that old school RuneScape and RuneScape in general back in the day has had a lot. Is that there isn't really a quote-unquote support role. It's basically just different versions of DPS roles. Where Cryonite is more so the shield DPS. Hammer Mage is more so the 2-hand DPS. And Guardian more so the... Guardian's more so like the high attack speed DPS. and Hammer Mage the slower attack speed DPS. Whereas Cryo Knight is more so wield a shield while doing DPS. Kind of class. But all three of them can do all three. Like, Cryo Knight has good two-hand weapons. Guardian, while most of its best weapons are high attack speed, does have good slow speed weapons. And similarly, there are high attack speed weapons on Hammer Mage. Even though its primary good ones are slow attacking speed weapons. Like, most notably, it has a really high attack speed Necromay weapon. Actually, the strongest in that regard. As it has the highest attack speed Necromay two-hand, which is really, really good for killing things weak to Necromay. More so than Cryo Knight's slowest attack speed one. But that slowest attack speed one is better for special attacks, most likely, when they come out. But I don't know, the closest thing that we had to like a support role back in his other game was there was a spellbook that they added that allowed you to like cast potions on other people and a few other things like that. So who knows, maybe he does that again? Like potion assist? Even then, if that was to come out, that'd be something every class could do, not just Guardians. Because I'm pretty sure the skill trees are going to be the same across every class. Not sure if there's going to be anything unique per class. Because two things we don't know is if, are they going to be unique per chapter, and are they going to be unique per class? Because those are two things we currently do not know. Like, will every chapter have its own skill trees different from each other? Because I assume they're just going to use the same one because it's way easier to do. But they could actually make them all unique. We don't really know. They haven't really mentioned it. Yes, on the many, many, many things we don't know about the combat rework, which is a longer list than things we do know. One of the things we don't really know is is there going to be a different skill tree per chapter? And is there going to be a different skill tree per chapter and or per class? Like, will Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 skill trees be the same? And even if they are, will the Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight skill tree be slightly different? Or are they exactly the same? So in that regard, we don't really know yet. Is it going to be different between chapter? Is it going to be different between class? Is it just going to be the same across the line? Is it going to be different between both? Or it's not just different between every single chapter, but also between every single class? But we currently do not know. I assume the easiest would be it's not different between every single chapter, nor is it different between every single class. They just make one skill tree and they copy-paste the same one to every chapter. That could change down the line, but I'm almost guaranteed that's going to be how they initially implement it. As is the easiest way to do so. Just one skill tree that applies to each individual chapter, but it's the same skill tree every chapter, and there's no difference between classes. Is what I assume they will do, is that's the easiest option. But they might do something more convoluted than that. Do you think they always had the skill tree in mind at the start? Also, wow, I just got the ultra empty room. I guess the other one's maxed out. Where did everyone go? But, no. I don't believe they were initially going to skill tree. I believe that's a reaction to everyone hating, or not everyone, but a lot of people getting scared of the way that combat gets changed between every single chapter. I think that's more so a reaction to that. Because when I read combat rework, because technically the changes for the game have always mentioned that there's going to be some amount of combat overhaul. I always assumed that just meant special attacks and maybe like a few other tweaks here and there. I did not think that meant deleting and nuking the entire combat system and basically doing it from scratch. I don't think that was the initial anticipation for it. I think they were just going to expand upon it with special attacks and a few other mechanics and not completely nuke it and start from scratch. I don't think that was originally the plan. Adding special attacks was, and doing changes to it was. But completely overhauling combat and starting from square one was not within the original plan. But more so a reaction to feedback from launch, or, you know, early access launch. But I would say it's more a response than what was originally planned. Right now they're just considering it high priority to fix that before everything else. Which is why we haven't had an update in a little while. Yeah, that reminds me, I haven't checked his thingy today. Has he given us an update on the update? Let's see, Andrew Gower's Twitter. Oh, he's giving us an update on something. Oh, I haven't read any of this yet, but I see an image. Oh. I'm not reading the words, though. But my eyes have been spoiled on the image. Oh. We got a thing. Wait, we got a thing 2 hours ago. Wait, we got a thing, everyone. We got a thing. We have gotten a thing. So this is what they're currently working on. Progress update. Half the team is currently working on improving combat. The other half is working on 2 new side quests. These are bigger updates, which take a bit of longer than a quality of life improvement, but they are looking good. This is posted on January 30th. Hopefully we get some actual content soon from those. Anyways, the big thing, though. What is this? You asked for a leak, but we only are able to find a mushroom. Alright, what do we have here? Mushroom monster. Okay, so this is one of the monsters from Chapter 5. For when we go get 500 Shield Breaker. We got a toadstool kind of looking one. We got those little very vertical ones. Oh, I think these are called Solius? No, that's a different game. No. I forget what these are called. They have a special name. I'm not sure what kind of mushroom that is, though. Yeah, we got mushroom monsters. I assume this is all one monster. And it just has visual differences as it gets upgraded. But I assume that is one monster that has multiple upgrades. Yeah, that's one of the enemies for Chapter 5. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We know what one of our 9 enemies are. Or sorry, 8 enemies. Yeah, that's one of the 8 enemies in Chapter 5 for Shield Breaker. You're going to be seeing a lot of it as we are going for 500 Shield Breaker. Do you think it could be a boss? I don't know. Does that look very boss-like? Oh yeah, it could be a triple element boss thing. Oh no, it just looks like some kind of creature that'd be in Chapter 5 as a normal enemy. But the fact that its model changes does leave a question as to what it could be. But yeah, interesting. Because one could be weak to blue. Like, this one's weak to blue. This one's weak to, or sorry, this one's weak to blue. This one's weak to green. No, that can't be right. I don't know, how would that work? Because this one's weak to yellow. This one's weak to blue. This red one can't possibly be weak to green. Or at least it wouldn't make logical sense if it was red and it was weak to green. I'm just trying to think of, like, which one of these is weak to what. And obviously green is weak to blue. Blue is weak to yellow. But what is this red one supposed to be then? Because there's no way that red one is weak to green. That's not how colors work. Yeah, I do like the design for them, though, I do have to say. They look nice. Oh, yeah, let me go move this over so we can still see the other thing, too. It does make them a bit smaller, though. But, yeah, I do like their design. I like the blue one the most. Blue and the green. I'm not as big a fan of the red one. This one almost looks like an alien with its thing, too. With how its head is shaped. With the things standing up, almost like little antennas. But yeah, let me go see what the discourse is on it, then. Because I can't check the chat on that one, but I can on the actual Twitter. Or X, or whatever they're calling it these days. Let me go check real quick. Alright, I remember to use the 7% pot here. Alright, we are finally at Ash. The main plank that we'll be doing forever. We got so many of these we gotta go run. I think we'll do half and half. Where I do one, sell, do one while we still have the potion boost, and then go bank. Yeah, look at how far these things go. Level 456. Wait. Oh! You can use these for 199s! Oh, that's so nice. It's a bit more expensive than using tier 4. But I completely forgot. Because of that one shield, you can use it for a 199. Well, this plank is broken. I don't think there's a single more broken material than this. It goes from 199 to 456. That is such an absurd range. But it's because it's used for every shield in Guardian. Which is the only one of the 3 that does it like that. Which is why it has such an absurdly wide range. But yeah, it can be used. It's a tier 5 that can be used not only for 199, but goes all the way to 456. which is not quite max, but it's still pretty strong. It's not bad. Good luck, people that are colorblind. Well, that's why they have different designs. You'll be able to tell. But no, I don't think that's going to be a boss, but I don't know, we'll find out. The main one that's throwing me off, if it is a boss, is why is one of them red? It looks like just a design that keeps getting more elaborate as you keep killing higher tier. It doesn't look like a boss to me. The red one's the main one that's throwing me off. If it was a boss, it should be yellow, not red. Alright, let me go see what the people are saying about it. Let's see. Who does the concept? No one actually ended up mentioning what it was. Someone posting a meme. Looks pretty cool, maybe a boss. Please add trading when you can from the same person who says it's probably a boss. They all look like fun guys. Oh gosh, that one guy made a pun. They all look like fun guys because of fungi. Oh gosh. Someone saying Pog. Someone saying boss monsters question mark. Them designs look awesome. Could call it moldy mushrooms. Whoa, cool, bro. Looks great. Clapping. Starter Pokemon! Starter Pokemon. I like that one. Will these exude stinky smells? Potential repeatable boss? Question mark, exclamation point? Mushroom! I don't know if we get to ride it, kill it, or help it, but I'm looking forward to what you have planned. And I hope they have poison. Oh yeah, they did mention that they're going to be adding status effects, so poison is definitely possible. And I believe that's every comment, I think. Alright, there we go. But yeah, that's the full rundown on it. But yeah, like 3 people mentioning could be boss enemy. Oh no, it still looks like normal enemy to me. The red one's the main one that's throwing me off. Making me think it's not a boss enemy. These little guys. Because he should be yellow, not red. Otherwise, rip Guardians. That's the main thing that makes me think he's just a normal enemy in Chapter 5. Like one of the 8 standard enemies you kill while doing Shield Breaker. Because that guy shouldn't be red. If it was a trio boss, or you know, one for each element. Oh yeah, by the way, today's the final day for us to try to get Beaver, I guess, technically. We will still be trying it on the other account. But today's the final day that it can win the race. So, as some of you guys know, we have been grinding in old school RuneScape since a month before Brighter Shores even came out. Basically doing woodcutting every single day. We are at 80 million XP. It maxes at 200 million. This is like 4 times more than you need to max, or 5 times more, whatever it is. It's like 3 times over drop rate for pet. There's a woodcutting pet at about like 26 point something mil on an average on drop rate. But yeah, we still haven't gotten it yet. So we get to find out today if Brighter Shores gets to finish the maxing race or this account does. Will that get Beaver pet, woodcutting pet before this account gets 200. And today's the last day that that could happen. I still will be grinding for it. But today's the last day that the old school RuneScape account can win the race. Otherwise, rip luck. I'm also canceling the membership after like 10 days. And to make sure auto renew isn't on. Not for Brighter Shores, of course, but for old school RuneScape. This weekend, we probably will be doing some normal content while doing Brighter Shores for it, though. Do some AFK fishing in Brighter Shores while we do, like, raids in old school RuneScape. I believe they're also adding a new boss on Wednesday that we could try out on the weekend. It's kind of like a mid-game boss for, like, early to mid-game players. But I need it for the collection logs. I don't believe it drops anything we need. I'm actually not sure because I haven't paid attention to anything, as all the development for it happened during Brighter Shores. All I know is they're adding some kind of fire and ice boss. But yeah, I think that's going to be how we do these going forward until we run out. Is I'm going to go do an inventory, sell, do an inventory bank, so we can get a little bit more dipping into our potion, and rinse and repeat. So this one is the bank. And if we do that, we should bank around 1,300 of them. I should probably bank a little bit more than that. Because this is a shield upgrade we need all the way pretty much until max. Like, this covers every shield that isn't a max shield, basically, for the rest of time. So I might want to bank slightly more than that, but we'll see. As this covers 199, it covers all the way to 456. Literally the only shield type you would ever need to make from it. Or, you know, the only other shield you would ever need is a max one. This covers everything that isn't. Because if you're bothering to make a level 457 to 490 shield, at that point you might as well just make a 500. But yeah, I definitely feel like this is an enemy. There's no way this is a boss. I'm like 95% certain this is not a boss. I would love if it was, though. But I'm pretty sure it won't be. But it would be cool if a chapter actually starts with a boss, repeatable boss in the chapter. I don't believe that's what that is, though. He just wants to show one of the enemies from Chapter 5. Oh, we got 8 gold. Hey, we're not completely poor yet. We will be the second we go back to Forager, though. I think the second we start Forager again, I'm dumping like 6 gold onto it. So, rip cash stack. Luckily, there isn't anything more we have to spend on woodcutting or carpentry. So the rest of our money goes entirely into Forager and Fisher. As I do believe we need one more spear upgrade, maybe 2. We get a spear upgrade at 113, and then another spear upgrade at 173. So at 173 for sure is probably our last time we need to get an upgrade. Oh, cast net though. Isn't that for the co-op thing? I might need to get that too. So we actually have 3 upgrades for fishing. Oh gosh, that might actually cost a bit. It's going to cost like 2 to 3 gold. On top of like the 6 gold we already have to dump on Forager. Luckily, Puffer Eel does give a little bit of money back, as well as any chef we do along the way. So I hate how much my beard keeps growing back. I literally just shaved it a couple days ago. And it already looks like I haven't even shaved it. This is why I don't bother shaving it. I do like a few times a year. Because anytime I shave it, it looks like I haven't even shaved like 3 days later. It just grows back so quickly. I think the entirety of last year I did it like twice. I'm not sure why it grows in so quickly. It grows like 3 times quicker than my head hair, feels like. Not that I'm going bald or anything, I still have plenty of hair. It just grows so much quicker than normal hair, though. Annoyingly so. There's something I didn't check. What is the XP rate that we're getting now compared to the previous one? It does assume cell only. We're only doing half cell. So it's gonna be kind of hard to calculate for. So we are getting a little bit worse, but not that much worse. But the other one would also be diminished by the same amount, so it's not too big a deal. I gotta double check. Where's the carpentry thing? Experience, chef, woodcutter, carp. What's our XP difference looking like? Here's Ash, here's you. It's not that much better. It's 50k more per hour. Which is not that much of an improvement. But still better than nothing. But yeah, at that point, that's not even a 10% increase. It's like a 7-8% increase compared to the alternative. Or, you know, compared to the previous tier. That is not a big jump. We get a way bigger jump on our next one, though. Which is, what, Oaks? Gosh, Oaks jumps so much. That is such a big carpentry jump. Compared to Ash Plank. But Ash Plank is so much more useful. As far as the material that's used for. As these are shield upgrades, basically for the rest of the time. Realistically. I don't really need a 4-star shield for Cryonite. That tier 5 material will be there. Or the tier 4. Until we run out of tier 4 material. Then the tier 5 material will be there. I did grab 80 oak just so we have some bank, though. Did someone ask when this skill gets profitable? That's funny. Yeah, this skill never gets profitable. Unless you do woodcutting, it always burns money. It's one of the reasons I want to try getting this done before the price hike with trading. Though, based on recent things that have transpired, we are likely not getting trading anytime soon, which also means we're not getting the price hike anytime soon. For when trading does come out, the shop price hike. So we're actually safe to still keep doing some stuff in that regard. Also, we still got over 1,000 left. And we still need to go woodcut more, too. The main reason I'm doing these first, other than getting more knowledge bonus every single time we do, I want to double check how many pines we can get away with. Because ideally we could just do pine from 197 to 200 to speed it up for woodcutting. Even though you can't carp them until 200. But if we know we have enough XP banked, then we could do it that way. I was not sure if we do or don't. We could technically do a bunch of math to figure it out, though. I know, should we? Calculator. I need you. Are we about to do all the math on this? How much is a ash plank? That number. Oh gosh, we got big number to go figure out. Let's time this by like 1,200. Counting the oaks. What number are we talking about again? 2467. I'm not going to account for any percents. Alright, we got like 3 mil XP, not counting knowledge. Now we got to figure out what level 186 is, and then what the difference is between the other number. Right over here. Oh wait, I need level 200 though. Why do you only go to 199? No! Why would you do this? I know it's because the other one goes there, but now I'm going to have to go all the way over there just for one number. Alright, we're trying to get to this number right there. So I gotta take that number and subtract it by our current number. Which we can actually figure out in-game since we can just take whatever we currently have. It just tells you whatever your total is right there, 21.4 mil. So let's figure out the math. And then we'll see what our difference is and figure out how much we need from knowledge and or woodcutting. Now, what number are we dealing with here? So this is my carpentry number. There is my wrong tab. There is my end number. So we take that number and subtract the other number. 28448,494 subtracted by whatever our actual number is, which is 21445,735. We need to find 7 million XP. We have about 3 million banked. I see a slight problem here. Of course, that's not counting what we do get all the way to 200. But I see a small problem. We get about 3 million XP banked, and we need 7 million more. Which means we need 4 million more than what we have banked. And that's a problem. That's a problem that knowledge alone won't fix either. Of course, we will get some more supplies going to 200 woodcutting. But not 4 million more. Yeah, that's a slight issue that we're going to need to fix later this stream. As we have just confirmed that we don't even have half of what we need for 200 banked from where we currently are. We still got to come up with another 4 million. Because we've got about 3 million banked. Of course, that doesn't account for the 5%, nor does it account for knowledge. But knowledge is not going to cover our 4 million gap. It'll help some. But not 4 million some. Maybe like at best 2 million of it. I said, hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're finally finishing the forest grind today. And I've recently figured out that we're about 4 million XP short as far as how much we have banked, which is not good. So we got to make up 4 million XP through knowledge and or additional woodcutting. Luckily, 6 of those levels we have to do anyways. But I might even have to do beyond 6 levels and go post 200 on woodcutting a little. Because better doing that than buying it. Just out of curiosity, How absurdly expensive is it to buy? We're not going to. I don't have the money to. We're already like negative into tools, even with the money we have now. Yeah, they're 7.86 each. You do make some of your money back, but gosh, are you just burning like crazy though? Well, I guess the oaks are a little bit worse at burning. Because if we're doing that, we could technically buy the oaks. Okay, oak doesn't burn that much. If we truly needed a backup plan, it only burns about half a gold an hour. If we sell all of it and bank none of it. This is actually not awful. We might do that, actually. Half a gold an hour burn is not horrifically bad. Does the woodcutting not cover up for it? No. I'm not sure how many logs we would get from doing that much woodcutting. We could do the math on it. But it's not 4 million enough. It'll probably cover like 1 million of it. And then knowledge will cover like another 2 million. So there's at least like 1 million not accounted for that we're going to need to get somehow. And that is either have to be bought from the shop or woodcut for it. If we buy it from the shop, you'd only have to buy it for like an hour. It'll cost less than a gold to go do it. So I might just do that for a little short. Just buy oak poles and do those. Because we'll have to spend less than 1 gold to get it done. And we should only have to do it for a little over an hour. Don't need to quite do that yet, but down the line. So 14 levels to go. Nearly there. Still a mile away, though. Yeah, 14 more carp and 6 more woodcutting. It's not too bad. It's only 20 levels total. It's still going to take like another 8 hours, though. Like 8 to 10 hours. No, excuse me. But that's what today is for. Stream does not end till grind over. And then tomorrow we can start chilling in Chapter 1 again. It pretty much just live there till the combat rework. Unless we somehow 200 all before then. In which case, time to go to the mines. We're getting really close to there as well. I've been letting my venture slowly get us to 247 mining so we can get back to mining. And at 267 smithing, I basically have to go back to mining. As it's actually not worth doing the AFK beyond that point. So once I have 267 smithing, we pretty much are forced to go back to mining. Otherwise, we're wasting potential XP. Have I played the RuneScape 2004 private server beta? No. No clue what it even is. Well, what? Someone's starting to make old school RuneScape? But no, I haven't really played private servers. I did play Classic on the official, technically private server, if you consider that, back in the day. Zima's playing it and he's rank 1. That's funny. It has like 1K players, aka the entire player base of Brighter Shores. But no, this private server is the current one we're playing. The Brighter Shores, this is the timeline where RuneScape 2 didn't get microtransactions. That's the timeline we're playing right now. The Andrew Gower is still in charge of RuneScape. I had to make it from scratch. Timeline. Also not copy infringing on his first work. I wonder if Brighter Shores will ever get sued by Old School RuneScape and Jagex. Like, I wonder if he'll ever add a mechanic that's just like too close to what RuneScape does. Like when he adds party hats, or when he does skill cape perks, or when he does some other mechanic that's like really similar to what RuneScape has. Because right now it's distinct enough that they're definitely not going to. But I wonder if he's ever going to push the line and do something that would. I feel like party hats might be the one. Not that Jagex owns the concept of party hats. But given that they're the same shape, same material, same kind of everything, I wouldn't be surprised if they try suing him over adding party hats when he does. Right now they're in the game, but only as an Easter egg, not as an actual item. But when he actually launches like a seasonal party hat for like the launch of the game or whatever he does, I wouldn't be surprised if Jagex tries suing him. They'll find some reason to. I highly doubt it would happen, but knowing modern Jagex, I wouldn't put it beyond them. If they think they could make a few quick $1,000,000 from it. Oh, so that'd be something that would be a fun pull at someday. If party hats were added to Brighter Shores, which color would you wield? The only problem with that is we can only have 4 options on YouTube. So you'd have to pick the most popular 4. You'll love them all. Well, I'm definitely gonna rock the blue one. When I was a kid, I always wanted one. Obviously, in Old School RuneScape, it's so free to get them, though. But, I would definitely rock the blue one, because it would match so well with Crown Icon and everything. Like, we already have the blue icon and everything there. Might as well have a blue party hat with it. Because if they were to do it like the other holiday events and they only had 5, if I had to guess what 5 colors they're going to do for party hats. Or sorry, was it 4? No, it was 5. Yeah, it was 5 per category. So if they do the same for party hats, I assume it'll be 1 for every class color. So blue, green, and yellow. And then he would do 2 other ones. Probably like a pinkish magenta one like he did back in the day. And like 1 other wild card one. As far as what color that would be. But blue, yellow, and green would definitely get covered. Not just because they were original colors, but also 1 per class would make sense. So you can wear your class color hat. Though that would be interesting if he did it one per element. In which case the 5 colors would be, if I could figure out where the thingy is, there we go. The 5 colors would be blue, green, yellow, orange, and black. Oddly enough, I don't think Black Party Hat was ever added during the Andrew Gower years. I don't believe it was. I think that came a little bit later down the line. But color-wise, this would match the elements, if nothing else. What do I think about RuneScape 3 Iron Man? Oh no, I've never tried it. I've actually never played RuneScape 3 ever. I stopped around the same time that Andrew Gower left, around like 2011 or so. So I never got to see the peak downfall of RuneScape, as I was out before they added microtransactions and before they added evolution of combat. I was still around for Dungeoneering though. But I left pretty soon after Dungeoneering. Actually, that was one minigame that came out around that time that I actually was on high scores for quite a while. Mobilizing armies. It was like a real-time strategy kind of thing that was made within the RuneScape 2 engine. And I actually enjoyed it a lot. It's actually gotten removed from RuneScape 3. Not sure why. But that was actually one of my favorite minigames that was ever in RuneScape 2. My absolute favorite is definitely Stealing Creations. But Mobilizing Armies was pretty high up there. But now it doesn't exist in either version of the game. I'm still really curious to see what he's going to do with minigames in Brighter Shores. I'm really hoping for Stealing Creations equivalents. The Castle Wars equivalents could also be a lot of fun. Hello, Tate! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I just hope minigame rewards are good, but not broken. Like, they have to be good enough for you to want to do it, but not so good that it's the only piece of content worth doing. You stumbled into the Brighter Shores Twitch community? Yeah, I still haven't really checked over on Twitch side yet. Or I need to at some point. I've never really used Twitch, so I haven't really checked. You said 456 guard? Nice, congrats, you're almost there. I might end up seeing you tomorrow, as we're going to be doing, we're going to be locked back in Hopeport. So I might end up catching you during one of your grinds. Maybe they should time gate the minigames? Oh gosh, no. Hell, you're only allowed to play this minigame 5 times per day. Be having a minigame as a daily would be awful. Yeah, that's one thing that's going to be really funny whenever they do add a boss or a minigame or something. You know how absurdly crowded it's going to be? Like, a third of the entire game's player base is just going to be doing whatever the activity is. Like, the first time they release something that's, like, unique. Whether it be a repeatable boss or a mass boss or a mini game. Like a third of the entire player base is just going to be swamping it, at least for the first week. It'd eventually die down though, of course. But the first week would be insane. Yeah, I'm curious what kind of level requirements they're going to require whenever they add a minigame like Stealing Creations or a raid like Chambers of Xeric or like Dungeoneering. Like, what kind of requirements are we talking? Are we talking requirements all the way to 500? Or are they going to be realistic, where you could play a minigame with like 250 all or something? We don't know how far they're going to go with it. For all we know, there might be minigames where you quite literally need like a 500 or a 450 or something insanely high. And or dungeons. And or raids. Where you need like a 400 to 500 skill to do something. Or they could make it a lot lower skilled. And make it so like base 100 is enough to do everything. No, they did mention that Dungeoneering will never become a skill. They will be adding Dungeoneering like content, but it won't be a skill. It'll be like a raid or, you know, a dungeon or something. It'll be more like how old school RuneScape did it. Where there's activities that are like Dungeoneering, but they don't have a skill that's called Dungeoneering. They'll simply be activities that are really Dungeoneering adjacent, but not an actual skill related to it. It'll incorporate a ton of skills in the game, but it itself will not be a skill. Do I think Slayer's not a skill? No, I wouldn't really say Slayer is a skill. I would say Slayer's already in the game. Here's our Slayer list right now. Like, I consider the current system of the game to already have Slayer. You don't get Slayer tasks, but you have, like, a Slayer threshold. As far as what you can do off of your active enemy board. I would love if they added Slayer bounties, though. Like, actual bounties for killing things. But I don't think they would add a skill called Slayer. Or anything even close to it. It would just be an activity that you can do for various combats. Rather than being an independent skill that you have to level. Where the reward wouldn't be like Slayer XP, it would instead be like Mindfighter XP, or Scout XP, or Guard XP. Kind of like how a Chef Bounty gives you Cooking XP. It'd be like a bounty, but it would give you XP in whatever the corresponding skill is. Like Mindfighter, or Scout, or Guard, or, you know, whatever. Because I would still love to see bounties for combat. But it likely wouldn't be attached to a separate skill that you have to keep leveling and leveling and leveling. But it would be an activity that transcends all chapters. It's a task you get could easily be for any chapter. And you also wouldn't have to worry about like a block system or anything else like that that's really annoying. These would likely work how other bounties work, where it resets every hour or every day or every 2 minutes. Probably not 2 minutes. But it'd probably be similar to cooking bounties, in that they reset every hour. So if you don't like what your bounties are, you just don't do them. Or if you do have a few good ones, you just do the ones that are good. And if they're all bad, you just ignore them. And of course what it would pull from is whatever your active enemy list is. The active enemy list is technically being reworked after the combat rework. It is still something we don't fully know, is how they're doing that after the rework. Because it seems like you do them based on the obelisk rather than automatically. Which will make it a lot clunkier because you have to keep remembering to go to the obelisk to upgrade your stuff. Or, you know, upgrade your enemies. Because enemies don't auto-upgrade after the combat rework based on what we know currently. You have to manually go to the obelisk to upgrade them. Like, for example, this crow doesn't become this red crow from the level 18 crow unless we go to the obelisk and make it that way. After the rework, it doesn't just naturally become the stronger one. You have to go to the obelisk to make it stronger. It'll always level down to like 10 levels below you. But to be able to get the better XP rate and drop table and everything, you would need to go and upgrade at the obelisk. It sounds like it could be really clunky. It's basically every enemy you shift, you might have to go back to the obelisk to upgrade your next enemy. In all fairness, you're probably going to be respecking a bunch anyways, so I guess that kind of works out. Just a little clunky. Because you're going to have to go to the obelisk a lot going forward after the combat rework. I hope they had a spell that lets you, like, NPC contact the obelisk or something. Allows you to contact the obelisk from anywheres. For any chapter. Kind of like your teleporter, except for obelisks. For each chapter. And just contact the obelisk. It seems like a good quest reward. Maybe some small fee on it, just so out of convenience. Gotta get those gold sinks in there. I mentioned it before, I'm actually perfectly fine with too many gold sinks rather than not enough. I'd rather there be way too many than not enough at all. Like, anything that can be gold synced should be gold synced. I'm actually perfectly fine with an economy where you basically always have 0 gold. It's better than an economy where you have infinite gold and have no clue what to use it on. It's way better to have way too many things to use on than not enough. Because the longer the currency stays dead, the more it's just going to keep racking up, which makes deflating it way harder. Yeah, when can we do the oak thingies? I think it's at like 194. Yeah, 192. And we can technically buy these if we want. It costs about half a gold an hour. But we're getting like, how much more XP compared to now? It's half a gold an hour, but we're getting an increase of about 20% more XP per hour. At the cost of half a gold an hour. It's pretty reasonable. Especially since we don't have any banked. Or, you know, we're going to reach a point where we don't have any banked. So we're going to be basically forced to have to do that. I will get 200 woodcutting first, though. Just so that we can utilize everything from that. Oh yeah, by the way, the poll. I haven't mentioned that a single time this stream. So we do have a poll going on. Which side panel configuration do you use most commonly in Brighter Shores? We have 70% for no side panels, 17% for just the right side panel, 8% for just the left side panel, and interestingly enough, 58%, more than half, doing both. That's interesting. I definitely utilize both sometimes. But outside of Merchant and Detective, I pretty much only ever use one side panel. With Merchant and Detective being the only exception. Because they require like 5 menus and you only have 4 open. If anything, there's not even enough menus to open. You need like 5 or 6 at once. Oh, so I just realized how short that one little girl is there. She's as short as the goblins in chapter 3. I never really noticed it until we're like right next to them. Because I remember when we were in the etching machine when we were doing the 200 stonemason. I never realized how absurdly small the goblins were until I was like right next to one, like a tile away. Like, you're like double their size or something. Almost like a giant compared to them. Yeah, so far this pattern's actually been working out pretty well. Sell one, bank one, sell one, bank one. Just so we don't have to keep repotting every time. Which is still not cheap. It's like 2 silver each time. Like, it's not a lot, but it starts adding up if you're doing it twice as much. This covers nearly all of them. It's like about 6 of them that don't get covered, but it's fine. There's always some amount that won't get covered in Carpentry regardless of how you do it. Unless you waste time double potting. It's mostly due to the pot durations more so than anything. As even when you do only one set where you do it on here and there, one potion doesn't last long enough. Even if you do it right at the beginning of your set. It's not worth double potting for either. And the same with these. Even if we try double dipping on it, it's not worth repotting here. Just for the last 6 logs. Hey, Kel's here. We finally get to say goodbye to Kiel soon. Let's just go and do something in chapter 1. I think he's been on the Forest grind, so I've been seeing him a lot, but yeah, we're back to Hopeport after tomorrow. We're gonna start tomorrow. After today. That we're Hopeport locked for like an entire week. If not slightly longer. Oh yeah, I was gonna do some math on it earlier. 10 days. I need to take 10 days and divide it by whatever number we have. Oh yeah, we can figure that out easily. 100, 200, 265. So we'd have to gain 27 levels a day in Hopeport to get it done by Valentine's Day. That's doable. That's really doable. Be at 27 levels a day. That is exceedingly doable. Oh, so at some point I do want to buy all the 200 capes. Currently, we only have the mining keep that we're wielding right now. I'm kind of holding off until we get keep effects, though, before I do. But whenever they do, we will buy every cape. We did the math on it earlier. I think it was like 50-something gold for every cape in the game. Or, you know, every 200 cape. I should probably check how many I have in there, though. We kind of already know. If I do every last log in here, we have about 1,100 something in there. So even now checking, we actually know what it will be by the end. Assuming we're doing the half and half the whole time, which we will be. But yeah, whatever we're still missing for carpentry after we get 200 woodcutting, I will simply just be dumping money on oaks. I'll just do oak rods then. This is like 20% quicker per hour. At the cost of about a half a gold an hour. And based on how short we are, we shouldn't have to do it for more than 2 hours. Even if we do need to do it. Which means at most we're wasting like a gold or so. Which we're pretty much making from the planks we're doing right now anyways. Actually surprised, these two numbers haven't really shifted that much. Even though we haven't really been touching them. We're still about 10 away there. Though I'm going to be stopping at 267 for a while until we get the mining grind done. And then we go all in on mining. Yeah, there's almost a whole page of 500s now for mining. To get in there. I'm definitely not in a rush to get to 500 mining though. Though 380 at some point would be really nice for the final venture. So we get best in slot XP for it. That's also when you have access to tier 6 material for the first time. And worst comes to worst, you could do tier 6 iron at 372 all the way to max. You shouldn't. But you could. Or at least until the green ore. If you really wanted to prioritize smithing XP. You can actually do 372 mining to like 470 something mining off of only iron. Like 100 levels basically. From 372 to 474. Which is 102 levels. You could do off of purely just iron. Which is tempting. Slightly tempting. It's not ideal, but You would get, like, infinite perfect rapiers for the rest of time. As well as shields for Cryo Knight. Or for any class if you were a different class. One thing that does feel weird about getting 200s, though, is because the keeps are so expensive, you can never actually buy them immediately. There's one thing that's nice about old school RuneScape in that sense is whenever you get a keep, it's like 99k, which is aka the equivalence of if a 200 keep costs only 99 silver. Is basically the equivalence of how cheap they are. But in this game, the same exact thing costs 3 point something gold instead of 99 silver. Which is extremely pricey. Like, exceedingly so. Once they have keep perks on them, it'll be better, though. But it makes it so it's not really viable to buy every single one. Because you have to dump, like, 50-something gold on it. I am curious if anything in Chapter 5 is going to be a good moneymaker. I would assume not, unless Builder is. Because combat should be about the same money as any other combat for the most part. Armor Maker burns money. Delver likely gives you material rather than directly making you money. And Builder's the only one we don't really know. But I assume it burns money instead of makes money. Because we know it requires material, and that material costs more than nothing, unless you gather them all through various means. We just don't know what, like, the profit in return is for it. Because it could be like Leatherworker, where you're still buying something but making way more money back, kind of situation. I highly doubt it would be as much as Leatherworker, but, you know, it could be kind of more like that angle. Or even if you buy it from the shop, you're still profiting. There's one thing that's kind of funny today is we're gonna have to do as much carpentry today as we did during the actually even more than what we did that one stream than we did when we did the Lost and Found grind. I mean, not Lost and Found, the Spider Nest. Looks like a nothing grind at this point. The entirety of the Spider Nest grind. We went all the way from like 10-ish or 14-ish all the way to 32. In this stream we started at, what, 183-ish? And going to 200. All of that is post-20, of course, so it takes a little bit longer. But it's about the same amount of carpentry. As the entirety of Spider Nest grind. Come on, get the level. Need that extra knowledge boost. 192 will probably run all the oaks we have in our bank. And then switch back to our ash plank until they're all gone. And then from there, we're probably just going to buy them all from the shop. Though I do need to go do ash from 194 to 197. So I would need to do that grind first, though. Which I should probably do soon, just for a little bit of a carpentry break. Whenever you feel a little bit of burnout, though I haven't felt it yet. There's one thing that's starting to corrupt me. We've been doing so much carpentry that I don't even feel anything anymore from carpentry. Negatively. I'm like numbed from the sawdust or something. That actually, I don't mind this gameplay loop anymore. I wouldn't say I like this gameplay loop. But I don't hate it anymore. After having done it for tens of hours. We're almost there. After today, for like 5-ish more hours of carpentry, I don't think we have to touch it again for probably a year. Other than for when we go to 216, but that's a different day's issue. Aside from 216, from 200, we shouldn't really need to touch it for the next year. After today. I said, hello, Tony. Welcome, welcome. Can you answer Gems of War question? Sure. What is the question? You've upgraded all your Magic Kings to level 20. Should you start upgrading Golvania to 20 or save all the purple deeds until they release a new Magic Kingdom? Ooh, that's an interesting choice. I would probably save, just in case. Oh, wrong button. But yeah, I would go down the save route. Though, huge congrats. I'm about to get my 3rd or 4th upgraded. Or technically my 4th of 5, depending on how you look at it. Of the purple ones, there's 4 of them. I should have it done by the end of the season. Which reminds me, I still haven't done the daily 4. I normally do it at night. At night after dinner. Is when I normally do Gems of War off stream every day. Takes less than an hour to get everything done. Actually, I checked our play time the other day. We're playing 10 hours every 2 weeks, so 5 hours a week is what it's coming out to. Which is so much lower than in the past. There's one point where we're spending like 60 hours a week or something. Nowadays it's like 5 hours a week. And honestly, half that time he's normally just doing the Monday video. Well, maybe not half that time. But it does take a while. Normally it's like 2 or 3 hours. The game's not hoping the entire duration, but it's for quite a bit of it. Maybe upgrade them after you have 60. Oh gosh, that'll be a while from now. Those things come into the game so slowly. But yeah, 192, I'm definitely considering buying the oaks. But I still have to do every last ash we have banked, though. Luckily, just go twice as quick, so it's not too bad. Like, still having, like, almost 1,000 left sounds like a lot. But they go, like, double the speed of the other logs, so it's not too bad. Hope we start doing more Gems of War again soon. We might go back to doing it a few more times a week, we'll see. Yeah, we were doing it every single day for a while, then, like, 3 times a week. And then when Brighter Shores came out, we kind of downsized to, like, 1 a week only on Mondays. I don't know, I just feel like a lot of content that's been added to that game hasn't been that grindable. Like, everything I would ever want to do in that game has pretty much already been done. Like, completionist-wise. So unless they add new content that's, like, really grindable, there's not really much I would want to grind in that game. Because we've done basically every grind that isn't time-gated. There's one thing that's going to feel a little bit weird in Brighter Shores, though, once we do finally have 200 all. Because 200 all is basically max. Even though 500 all is actual max. It's just 500 all is unrealistic for anyone to ever do. I don't think a single person will ever have it. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There'll be someone crazy enough to do it. But generally speaking, no one is ever going to have 500 all. Like, I'm pretty sure the person in 3rd place has 0 right now. And the person with the most currently has 4, but they have the easiest 4. Well, 3 of them are the easiest 4. Which is the KC guy. He has the most amount of 500s in the game at 4 of them. Looks like he's working on Hopeport now. Which makes sense because I always see him there. Oh, I'll probably see him a lot the next week, I guess. Because that's our next grind as well. It's kind of funny as we're actually going to be doing the same grind at the same time. The Chef Fisher Forger grind. He's probably doing some combat there too, though. So I'll probably see him a lot in the next week. But he's currently the player with the most amount of 500s. aka the most amount of full completion towards max. Not in total level, but in number of 500s completed. And he's not even 1/4 the way done. And that's the closest person to completion currently. Technically whoever's in rank 1 would be closest, but you know what I mean. Closest number of 500s. Technically actual closest is whoever is in first place right now. Which I assume is, actually, I don't even remember anymore. Because didn't the other player stop? I don't even remember their name now. Because they've been off the leaderboard for so long. Too bad you can't check them, though. There's one of us Peticio. I forget who the other guy is, though. This is the one I'm forgetting. There's one of these is Peticio. I forget who the other one is. Yeah, I believe this one is Patricio right here. The 4283 number. I'm pretty sure that's Patricio. Wait, did he say he's taking a year break? Wow. That's very long. Oh, hello, Midnight, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Wait, did he say a year break? I knew he was taking a break. I didn't realize it was a year long, though. He was the #1 power grinder and then just stopped. Interesting. But honestly, I would too if I burnt myself out that much, gosh. Within the time that we got 1,100 hours, he probably did almost 2,000 hours. But yeah, that's why we never bothered losing sleep over this game. We're taking out our own pace. Our own pace is still kind of quick, though. You know, relative to where the average is. But we're not in a race to get anywhere. If it takes like a month longer, a few weeks longer, a few days longer, doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, I've been slowing my pace a little bit. Well, we've still been grinding it every day. And really not that much. Because what's our average right now? We've been at 170. Steam Deck has definitely helped a lot. Because it makes multitasking it while off-stream a lot easier. It's also why we've been doing a little bit less streaming of it. Rather ironically. Even though we're getting just as much progress, I have been streaming a little bit less. Just because of how much convenient it is to do, you know, just normal stuff while also doing on Steam Deck. Rather than having to sit at a PC the whole time. Which, of course, is the case whenever we're streaming. I do plan to start streaming a lot more when combat rework hits, though. Like, we're talking like 10 hours a day, every day, until we're like max combat, pretty much. We're basically going to go through a combat roulette. Start with Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. Probably throw a little bit of Chapter 4 in between, just so we can keep getting Detective up, though, as we need. Because there are a few thresholds, as I do plan to do 500 Detective and Watch Person together. I'm not just doing 500 Watch Person and do Detective separately. I'm going to do them both at the same time. And there's some dead zones where we're going to have to go out of our way to go do Detective, so that we can do Watch Person. So I want to do that as we do the grind for all the other ones. But yeah, there's going to be like a 3-4 month grind of just like only combat. Like as long as we've done non-combat is how long we're pretty much just going to perpetually do combat only after the combat rework. One interesting thing about combat is you actually, if you get 500 all combat, you get a new leaderboard every single time a new combat comes out. It requires you to be 500 all, though. But every time a new chapter comes out, your combat is then reset to not the highest anymore. So you basically have to regrind it every time. I highly doubt we would get first for it, though, because I plan to actually pick up my drops. I'm not going to be leaving stuff on the ground. Like, when Chapter 5 comes out, I will be picking up every builder supply that ever drops. I don't care how far the bank is, as long as it's valuable enough. I'm going to sell all the loot. I'm going to... Well, at least post 200, I'll sell all the loot. I'm going to pick up every builder supply. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. If you guys haven't seen it yet, he posted a little thingy on Twitter the other day, or earlier today, a couple hours ago, before the stream even started. This little thingy. It looks like one of the enemies for Chapter 5. Some people are speculating that's a boss, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the enemies from Chapter 5. These little guys. Main reason I don't feel like it's a boss is this should be yellow instead of red. That's a little mushroom enemy in Chapter 5. We don't know if it's one of the standard 8 or a boss, but I would assume it's one of the standard 8 enemies that you have in any chapter. And those are just some of its upgrades as it keeps going. You know, visual upgrades. You want to wait till PvP? Yeah, PvP, I'm not sure how much PvP we're going to be doing. We're definitely going to be utilizing it some. But with what we currently know about what PvP will be, I'm not sure if I'm really going to power grind it. I do plan to engage with it for at least a day or a week or so, depending on what it's like. But unless it's like worth grinding, we're probably not going to bother, just for leaderboard. I said, hello, Beast. Welcome, welcome. I wouldn't mind doing that for something like a boss, though, since we will have trading enabled. Like, the first boss, we might kill it so many times that we actually get leaderboard off it without even trying. If its drop table is good enough to justify actually camping it. But yeah, hello, Beast. I've been doing pretty good. We're currently on the pretty much whole stream of carpentry grind right now. Do have to do a little bit of woodcutting to break it up a little. But it is mostly carpentry. But after today, we don't have to do carpentry for a very long time. We're going to only have to do it for another day or two sometime in the future, no time soon, to get it to 216. But then after 216, we probably don't need to touch it for like a year. Unless the game forces us to with some kind of new content that comes out later down the line. But based on current state of game, once I get it to 216, we don't have to touch it for a very, very, very long time. What's my opinion? Also, hello, Varg! Welcome, welcome. What is my opinion on this at 95% player drop-off since launch? I personally don't mind. They already mentioned during Q&As and stuff that they're going to be developing the game regardless of player base number. And that's all I need, as long as they keep the servers up and keep developing it. But no, I haven't really minded it at all. I've definitely played smaller games before for way longer. Though this is currently the smallest game I currently play, though. Out of any game I do play. This is definitely the game with the smallest player base. But no, I always mention that even from, like, for the first week and everything. We'd be here regardless of player number and viewership number. Even if there was, like, a 100 player base with, like, 2 people watching, we'd still be here. As long as the devs are still developing and everything. YouTube makes it hard to find my streams. Oh, no. Yeah, I need to start posting videos more often or something. I have posted one video literally since the launch of Brighter Shores. I really need to start posting like a weekly or monthly Brighter Shores video. Probably like weekly. It just, I don't really want to cover guides because all of them are going to get so outdated so quickly. I also want to have like near max in a skill before really covering a guide for it. Like at bare minimum want to have like the final minecart if doing a mining guide, for example. Which at bare minimum is like 317, which we don't have. I also want to wait until equipable potions. These equipable potions changes how you would route a lot of things. Compared to if you didn't have equipable potion. As all skilling guides would assume that you have your potions equipped. Which is currently not a feature until they add it. But 1 to 2 quests they're currently working on are almost guaranteed going to be that feature. They didn't confirm that it is, but it's very, very likely. That 1 of the 2 is equipable potion unlock. As they have mentioned that it's going to be locked behind a quest during the Q&A. And 1 of those 2 is probably that quest. I don't know, even if the player base number is pretty low at 1.0, I don't think that's too big of an issue. I don't personally feel like any amount of advertising or any one update is going to be the thing that makes Brighter Shores big. It's mostly going to be Old School RuneScape, Jagex, or RuneScape 3. Well, more so just Jagex in general. Doing something really, really, really dumb that kills enough of their player base that they come to Brighter Shores. They're going to it in the next year or two. They're already trying to do it like the other month with the whole membership fiasco that happened. It's only a matter of time before they do something that just kills like 10-20% of player base. And their only other alternative would be Brighter Shores. Brighter Shores just needs to be in a state where it's really good by then. Whenever that does happen. So they need to slow down on corporate greed for like a year or two, and then they can go as greedy as they want. The Jagex, that is. There isn't really another MMO alternative. You gotta either play like old school RuneScape, owned by Jagex, RuneScape 3 that's owned by Jagex, or Brighter Shores that isn't owned by Jagex. Those are like your only 3 options, as far as like this genre is concerned. As Jagex has basically had a monopoly on it for at least a decade now, where they've had pretty much no competition whatsoever, other than quite literally themselves. How come I don't stream on Twitch? Oh no, I've just never really been a big fan of it. I could always start up Twitch sometime in the future. I need to do like a complete overhaul of my Twitch page and everything though. Completely nuke it and start it from scratch. Still use the old account, but just completely nuke it. I've always preferred just doing YouTube only, though. Just to keep it all in one place, because if we're posting videos anyways, you might as well just have it all in one generalized location. Now, this game and a few others would definitely be beneficial to reach over to Twitch. Especially if you do, like, Slay the Spire 2 later this year and a few other games like that. There's a lot of games I've done in the past that didn't really matter if I was on Twitch or not. Whereas I guess for Brighter Shores it matters a little bit more, because like no one does it on YouTube. Like, I think the only person who does a stream on YouTube is the podcast that, what is his name, does every 2 weeks. I think that's about it. What I forget his name again? The frog guy, you know him. The frog guy that does the podcast every 2 weeks. I think that's like the only stream for Brighter Shores that's normally here other than us. As far as on like a regular basis. Yeah, Telltales, that's the guy. I always forget his name for some reason. Which is kind of ironic because we both have a T name. I just never really heard of someone called Tell. I'm pretty sure people mention the same thing when they see the name Tacit. But yeah, how do people multi-stream these days? Because I actually have used software for that in the past. And it seemed really clunky. As I always made the output like slightly worse. I always had issues with it in the past. Does anyone know what people actually use for multi-streaming these days? If we were to. Because I'm not sure how much of a connection it hurts, but I almost was considering just opening 2 OBSs. You know, Moist Critical does it well. Well, that doesn't apply to bigger YouTubers. Bigger YouTubers could do, like, literally anything and make infinite money. That's not a good example to go by. You could literally just sit there for, like, 5 hours and make more than most people's salaries in a year. Oh, so hello, Thomas. Welcome, welcome. What have you found most beneficial KP wise for getting a 500 cape? Currently, knocking out all the quests and putting KP for the requirements. But in general, what do you suggest at this point? For what, gaining KP per hour? Because the best thing to be gaining knowledge per hour right now is merchant, by far. Like, it's not even close. Like, get 83 detective and then just spam merchant to like 500 is the best knowledge per hour in the game currently. And to just throw it into whatever skills you need. Oh, you mean like which skill? Oh, you mean which skill is most beneficial to have a 500 in? Is that your question? I would say whatever your main weapon making skill is probably the most beneficial. If I was to like all out grind one. It's one of the reasons I need to do the mining smithing grind. But yeah, I would say whatever your class is, having 500 in your weapon production skill is the most useful thing you can have. So if you're a guardian, that's bone right. If you're a cryo knight, that's blacksmith. And if you're a hammer mage, it's stonemason. Mostly because after the combat rework, you're likely to be able to get a lot of knowledge per hour from doing combat in general. Like right now, it's already like 4 point something. After the rework, it's probably 5 point something, like comparable to merchant. And being able to always produce better weapons for whatever you need at a given range if you get unlucky is going to be very, very, very useful. So be able to go and do that is pretty nice. Though if you want to gather it from scratch, it requires quite a bit of levels. Like for bone right, you need gather, woodcutter, and carpenter. For blacksmith, you need mining and potentially woodcutter, carpenter. And for stonemason, you actually need to get the other component and need mining, woodcutter, and carpenter. Cryo Knights actually get away with it the most of only doing 2 skills, like miner into blacksmith. As currently every best in slot weapon does not require carpentry for Cryo Knight. That could change after the combat rework with special attacks and everything. But as it currently stands, every best in slot for Cryo Knight does not require any carpentry at all, or woodcutting. There's still stuff you need from it, but all the best in slots are not associated with it. Whereas for Hammer Mage, every single one of yours are, I believe. I'm pretty sure you need a carpentry component for all 3 of your yellow weapons. Whereas for Cryo Knight, you don't need it for any. And of course for Bone Right, you also need it for everything single thing in Bone Right needs it. But overall, I would still say it's the weapon production skill. You just got to make sure you have the gathering to support it, otherwise it costs so much money to go and use. Like if you want to like from scratch tier 6, you're talking like multiple gold just for one item. Just for a 3-star item. Not even counting if you want to get a 4-star into it. Though if trading, when trading gets enabled, it does fix a lot of things with it though. It's one of the other reasons why going for 500 in your main skill is pretty nice. Because if you have trading enabled, you can make a 4-star just by trading people. You can sell out your spear 500s from whatever your main skill is, and then trade it for the other 2 skills. It probably wouldn't be instant, but it's way quicker than getting 500 in all 3, that's for sure. Though after the 60 upgrade, you're only going to need 440, 450, and 500. Only. That's still absurdly high. But after the combat rework, you do technically only need 440, 440 on your 2 off numbers. With your primary one still needing to be 490 or so. So they can make your final weapon. And if you're going to 490, you might as well just go to max at that point. I'm trying to think, what other skills are pretty good to get to 500 right now? Alchemy's probably number 1 as well. Like, the best one to get per chapter to 500 is Alchemy for Chapter 1, Carpentry for Chapter 2, whatever your weapon production skill is for Chapter 3 based on your class. And for Chronopolis, probably Leatherworker or Merchant. Probably more so Merchant than Leatherworker. Like, Leatherworker's more useful, but you can't utilize it till Chapter 5. Whereas the benefits from Merchant you can utilize immediately. I do have to say, though, I will be focusing more on gathering skills rather than production skills going forward for the most part, though, after we 200 all. The main reason for this is I'm likely going to use my 2 alt accounts as processing units going forward. Like, there's still a few core things that we're going to need for, like, when raids come out, like smithing so we can make our own crown netgear and everything, and armor maker so we can go make our own, potentially even the other classes stuff. But, other than needing it for, like, raids and similar related mechanics, where you might start from scratch or something similar, we really will only be needing the gathering stuff. And just use our alt accounts as processing units. Because after I get 1 to 500 bone right and the other to 500 stonemason, I'm probably just going to do the same thing again. Where 1 gets to 500 alchemy, 1 gets to 500 carpenter. And after that, there'll probably be another 2 skills we could target. As by then would be in like chapter 7 or 8 or 9. So probably another 2 targets that are worth going for by then. Hey, Gold Rocket is back here too. Oh wait, you're in this room? Wait, where are you? Wait, I didn't see you. Where are you? Beep, I'm a Jeep. I don't see you. Let's see. How do I check the nearby? Ah, there you are. Nice, Guardian. So yeah, going heavy in bone rate would be very useful then. Like, your main things to target are Gatherer, Woodcutting, Carpenter, and bone rate. So basically the entirety of Chapter 2 plus bone rate. Did someone try to add us? Is that the Jeep? It's hard to tell because it doesn't actually tell you. Yeah, I think that's you. Yeah, I can try adding you. Let's see. I don't think I got rid of other Bob earlier. Let me see if I can find other Bob. We checked earlier, and that's definitely the next person we gotta kick. The problem is their name is something Bob. It doesn't start with Bob. There it is, Hammer Bob. I found him. Goodbye, Hammer Bob. This person's total level is like 150. I don't think they played since the week 1. So let's get them out of here. The Bob has been removed. Alright, beep. Alright, we got the Jeep. Oh, so I should have to still go through the rest of these. I don't know who half these are, though. Oh, Liquid Snake tried adding us the other day. Should probably get them on. Let's see. Let's do it the other easiest way. Go to friends, go to total, go to lowest. Alright, this is someone else who pretty much quit. Skullface and Septimal. Alright, let's see. Where is the thingy? What am I looking for? Looking for friends list. Looking for S. I still have no clue if that's the real Slayer music. I assume not. So where's the other one? I thought they were like right next to each other. There it is, Septimal. And then Skullface. Because I know Slayer music was playing this game. I'm just not sure if that is the Slayer music. I have no clue what his account is actually called. Because he never shows it in the guides. I think he's been taking a bit of a break from the game, though. He's actually been playing RuneScape Classic on a private server. Like the 2003 Classic version of a RuneScape. Oh, so we still got like a solid 10 levels to go in Carpentry. We started at like 183. We've only gotten like 6.5. Oh gosh. So it's only been 2 hours, so... pacing is actually not that bad. We're gaining levels a lot quicker than I thought we would. Because we're 2 hours in and we gained 6.5 levels. Of course, that is with us dumping knowledge into it. As well as doing a pretty good log the whole time. But it's not too bad. Because my guesstimation was doing it at like 2.5 an hour. We're actually getting close to a little over 3 an hour right now. They were hitting a little bit of a dead zone right here though. Until we get to 192. Or pretty much until we finish all these ashes out. We're in a little mini dead zone. Hey, Chino's here! Wonder if he's buying stuff for whatever he needs. I wonder where he's currently up to. Let's see, what's his current grind? Can we tell just by looking at it? Probably. Because he's 200 all, so... any number above 200 is probably what he's working on. Let's see, where's the Chino? What is the Chino working on? Oh, he's not top 3 anymore. Only Zan's went back on the leaderboard. Okay, he was buying some carpentry supplies. Interesting. I assume he needs it for something stonemason related, given his hammer mage and 285 stonemason. Maybe some U-poles or something. No, he probably bought hickory or the other material. Because he needs it for his yellow hammers. Either for his one hand or more realistically for his ranged weapon. I don't think you can do U at that level range. U's a bit higher. Because he doesn't need U until the Great Hammer at 280. Sorry, wrong weapon. I mean the Great Hammer at... this Great Hammer at 314. Wrong Great Hammer. That's Great Stone Mace. This is Great Hammer. Because this is the really good weapon. Which requires U-pole. But this, I think, does require U-pole, too. It's the really quick-hitting Necro weapon. So close yet so far. Also, we've only done about half of these, by the way. And I still need to woodcut them for like another 2 hours. Well, maybe 1 hour. I might be doing pine from 197 to max. It gets woodcutting done quicker, plus I need those anyway, some amount of them. I just feel like I'm going to grab too many. Because we can't do them until 200. So I don't plan to do that many of them. Like, it's a material that we need, but I don't want to go too heavy on them because we're basically doing post 200 EXP for every single one we do. So it's not actually helping us get to 200. Which is kind of unfortunate that they didn't make it like 197 or something, or 198. You can woodcut them before 200, but you can't carpenter them before 200. $190, 10 to go. And 6 woodcutting levels. We're worrying about the woodcutting later, though. I want to try using pretty much everything we have banked, if not everything we have banked, before we go back to woodcutting. Just to fully gauge where we're at. And at 192 onwards, we could technically just do oak poles the whole time. And just buy them from the shop. Is they're about 20% quicker than what we're doing now. At the cost of about half a gold an hour, which honestly is not that bad. It's not ideal, but half a gold an hour of waste is not too bad. Could be far, far worse. And we wouldn't have to do it for that long. Like an hour or two max. So at most we're burning like a little over a gold. Which, while we are really low on gold, is still fine. It's not that much. We spent way more on alchemy, that's for sure. Though in all fairness, we kept literally everything from alchemy. It's one of the reasons why it was so expensive. Not only do we buy nearly everything, we also kept nearly everything. For Forgotten Things, can you complete with 50 Scout? Yes. We did at level 30, and they still haven't fixed the safe spot yet. You can safe spot behind a chest. I believe they fixed most of the other safe spots in the room. But you can still use the chest as a safe spot. You just mass heal behind it. But yeah, level 50 should be more than enough. Yeah, I would say the main requirements for it are, well, of course, the two requirements, 50 carpentry, 45 woodcutting. But honestly, you could probably get away with it at like level 25. As long as you have like a 4-star weapon, 28% heal pots or better, and a plus 50 boost or better on your primary colored weapon, then it should be fine. So at level 50, it should be pretty easy. Even 40. 30 and below is a little sketchy though. But it is doable. Because basically how the fight works is, after it starts attacking you, it never moves again. It becomes almost like a little tower. And if the angle that's standing at allows you to get behind a chest, you can get behind a chest and heal behind it without ever being attacked. You still have to come out from the chest to go damage it, of course, because we currently don't have infinite ammo or anything. But, yeah, you can keep going back to your safe spot to heal. Of course, you can only use 20 heal pots, but still, they add up. Because when I did that at level 30, I think I only used 12 heal pots out of the 20. They were 28% though, rather than like a 20 or 25% one. But given that you have 50 alchemy, you should be able to make those. Probably already have some laying around. The 28% heals from the 35 grind. But it's something I want to start doing on the alts at some point. After they finish Lost and Found, I want to start moving them to complete all quests. It's not a huge priority, but when I'm getting them knowledge, I want to keep getting them closer to completing all quests. Currently, the main thing I'm knowledging them off of is Lost and Found. I mean, not Lost and Found, I mean Spirit Essence for Detective. Because I want to get them to 83 Detective so we can start doing, not for any quests, but so we could start doing, so we can start doing Merchant properly, since we'll have access to all shortcuts, which will allow us to quickly get knowledge points for them whenever we need. But I'm actually considering just getting them to 31 and then I guess technically I'll eventually need 40 for the combat thingy. But that's later down the line. But anyways, I do want to start shifting their focus on getting all quests done. Because right now, the only quests I believe they have done are Obelisk, of course, Spider Nest, Matubin's Legacy, in the next week, Lost and Found completed, and that's it. Spirit Essence will be the next one after Lost and Found. And then I guess we go for Lost Shipment because it's the last easy quest. And then from there, yeah, we'll figure out what their plan is. Because that's when you get to all the hard 5-star ones. The Lost and Found being the only one they have done. The problem is a lot of those waste a lot of time to go get unless you're just doing it for the knowledge points you need for your AFK activities. Maybe I need to start running some cooking runs for them or something. Get them to like 20 chef and start taking their bounty boards occasionally. So they can start working the Branolf Inheritance. And who knows, maybe we get them the equipable potion quest. We don't currently know what the requirements are, but wherever they are, I need to go get them for the alts. While my alts currently don't use potions, it would be really nice that they could equip it at some point. Even though I don't really use potions on them currently, though I probably should. They're just too poor to be using potions at the moment. They can't even afford to be wasting like 60 silver an hour on potions. I think their both average cash stack is like 100 to 300 silver. And normally it just gets invested right back into skills immediately. Not to mention they have level 0 all tools. So anything that requires a tool, they get really little value off of. Like if I had to do the 25 fishing grind for Chapter 1 for the Lost Shipment. It's barely even worth using because I don't even have an upgraded tool at all. I would at least need to get it to level 10. But that costs like 2 gold, which they do not have even close to. But for now, I'm just prioritizing the good quests for them. Because there's a lot of quests that you technically never need to do to some degree. In the current state of the game, the main quests that you basically never need to do, unless you're planning on training the skill. But if you don't plan to train the skill, Lost Shipment, because it's basically just for fishing XP. Forgotten Things is somewhat skippable. Somewhat forgettable. In that, the XP reward is good. But if you're not going super deep on woodcutting and carpentry, it's not really that required. You also use it for one little thing for Gatherer, but you can easily skip it if you were doing the Gatherer grind. And a teleport is very, very occasionally used in the current state of the game. So this one's pretty bad. But yeah, Lost Shipment from Chapter 1, pretty much skippable. Forgotten Things, pretty much skippable. Unless you're going really high on woodcutting carpenter. These two are like some of the best to do in the entire game, and they've already done it. And Battle of Fortune Hold is pretty skippable. It's the main reward from it you get just from starting the quest. That being the Detective Merchant, or the Merchant shortcut F55. So those would be the main quests that they wouldn't do then. Every other quest I probably will get them done. But Lost Shipment, Forgotten Things, and Battle of Fortune Hold, I'm probably skipping on both the 2 alts. At least for now. With the biggest grind of anything that they would still need to do being Battle of Fortune Hold. I mean, sorry, Branolf Inheritance, I mean. I'm not sure if I would bother with that. It's double untuned storage. That allows you to use them as a storage space. As I could keep some of my untunes that I don't need on the main account on them. Or simply just crafting material from when they keep getting their skills up. Just to have spear crafting material whenever I need to pull from. Or I didn't need to trade for it. Basically using them as a bigger bank in a sense. As it would essentially expand my bank by 3 times. If they both have Branolf Inheritance completed. Compared to what we currently have with Branolf Inheritance completed on one account. And storage space is really limited right now. I believe after the combat rework, they were looking into tweaking how it works. But as it currently stands, you get very, very little gear storage right now. Like, absurdly little. And Branolf Inheritance only works on untuned. It doesn't work on anything that's tuned. Why don't you have an hourglass icon? Oh, you gotta get a venture first. The easiest to do ventures are 21 Merchant, or you get one after completion of Matubin's Legacy, or you get one from 39 Fishing. Those are like your main ones to do. But it doesn't appear until you do a venture for the first time. 21 Merchant from Chronopolis is the easiest one to trigger. The two most useful ones are the ones from doing Matubin's Legacy, which gives you Brimstone. And then the other most useful one is the Fishing one in Chapter 1. The only reason I do the Detective one is I want to get to certain thresholds so that we can get our combat done easier when we do the 500 combat grind there. But the most useful two in the game right now are the Fishing one and the Mining one. And currently there's no way to get more than 2 venture slots. They'll likely be unlocked from future quests or whatever other content they attach it to. Also, doing the Fishing one does allow you to do 2. The other ones don't. But if you unlock the Fishing venture, you get 2 Fishing ventures instead of 1. Whereas every other venture in the game, you only unlock 1. So it's probably the easiest one to get done, is just get 39 Fishing, then start your Fishing venture. Because even though it's a higher requirement than a 21 Merchant, it is, you get both of them done at once you do get to the level. They're also both really close to each other, so you don't have to walk like a mile away to go to the second one. Because they are quite literally like 5 tiles away. Whereas something like these 2 ventures are like a good minute or 2 away from each other. Yeah, level 1.5 until we get the better XP rate. But I still have to finish whatever's still left in the bank by that point. I also still need to get more ash planks, unless we want to go do oaks for the rest of them. Because I could go just woodcut some oaks. I think it's worse overall than doing ash, though. But it wouldn't hurt to go to oak for a little bit. There's so much less chill, though. And when you break down the full XP range, you're barely gaining any better carpentry per hour. While also getting worse woodcutting per hour. And at 197, I'm just going to be doing pines, most likely. And then just buy the rest that we need from the shop for carpentry. So I'll probably do ash from 194 to 197 for woodcutting. Then from 197 to max, we do pine. The pines I can't do carpentry to until we hit 200 though, but it's fine. These actually do need them. Oh, I should use a 7%. I keep forgetting to do this. Every single time we're in a situation like this, I should drink a 7%, not a 5%. Otherwise, we have to keep dealing with the annoying menu pop-up. Speaking of which... Because if we drank a 7%, that would just be us clicking on XP. But because we didn't, we gotta deal with pop-up like 2 extra times. Not too big a deal, though. It's technically 0 time loss as long as you pre-click beforehand. Just gotta interface stall every interface. Also, we are so close. 194, 190. The grind is almost over. I'm gonna feel so lost once we do get 200 all. The game will definitely feel a lot different after 200 all. I wouldn't even be surprised if I start playing the ults a little bit more after 200 all. Not that we wouldn't play the mains. But currently my distribution is like 95% main account, 5% the other two. I can see the distribution being like 80-20 after we hit 200 all. Start getting them done with every quest. Get them to like a solid mid-game account. And when I say mid-game, I mean like realistic mid-game. Like, you know, level 20 for a bunch of skills, every quest completed, stuff like that. Like, basically all unique content completed, essentially. Not like power grinding to 200 all or 500 all. You know, like actual realistic numbers. In case there's ever a reason to play them. Like, whenever they eventually do a change... Oh, I just realized I'm almost out of 7%. So I should have more bank, though. I just realized I'm almost out of every potion. We gotta go do a Hope Port chef run. I didn't even think about that. I'm about to run out. We've been doing this grind so long, I'm out of potions. I think I have more 7% banked. I think I still have 100 something. But I've actually used up every last 5% we own right now. But yeah, one more sip and I gotta go head over there. Whoops. I didn't even realize we're running so low. We're at 1 and 7. We started at like 200 something and like 100 of these. And now we're almost out. I should still have about 100 something, 7% banked. I sure hope so. There's no way that's my final 7. I just didn't bother grabbing the whole stack. There we go, 7% boosted. Nice, almost a level. Alright, so at least we'll get to 191 before we need to go get more potions then. That'll work out perfectly. And then I guess we're doing a chef run. Hopefully get a level out of it. What do I currently have for my bounties? I gotta make a cod and chips for the first time. This is actually the tier 2 cod and chips. Which means I have the potatoes banked, but I don't have the cod banked. This I have nothing banked, nothing banked. And that's just vegetable stew, that's easy. But I gotta remember not to buy the potato for these two. It's one of the other reasons I want to go do the forager grind first. Not just for the synergy with Fisher, but also make chef a lot easier if we already have all the potatoes for everything. Instead of having to wonder, like, do we have the potato? Do we not have the potato? We can always be like, yep, already got the potato ready. One less thing we need to buy for whatever grind we have. Because you use a potato a lot during chef in this game. It's like the most reused ingredient out of any ingredient. It's honestly one of the best resources you even get from Forager, oddly enough. It's just a sheer amount of potatoes that you need for chef. Yeah, actually, I do want to check this real quick. How many do we have? They should say around 700 something. Yep, 792. I knew it. We can kind of tell based on the other stack. Yeah, it's 792. Alright, the final 5% pot. Time to go waste our money on more. It's not really a waste. If anything, it actually saves money when doing carpentry. Pretty much any production skill it saves money on. Because if you're already making negative from the skill, but then you have to do less of the skill, you're making less negative from what you don't have to do. It's a little bit less valuable in gathering skills because you can do them infinitely. But production skills gain a big benefit from using boost pots. Things like chef, alchemy, carpenter, almost everything in chapter 3, leatherworker. You'll gain a really big benefit from using potion boosts. Because they all have like a negative money component to them. Well, I guess not leatherworker, but all the other ones do. Leatherworker does if you bank everything. But most people aren't banking everything. When chapter 5 comes out, that'll be a bit more common to do though. Bank almost everything from leatherworker for armor maker. We just don't know what's really needed at the moment. I've been banking a little bit of everything. But I would say at current level ranges, I've only been banking like 10%, 20% at best. Whereas we need that like the other way around. We need to be banking 80, 90%, not selling 80, 90%. Alright, time to go do a potion restock. You know what? I'm actually not going to do chef run. I'm just going to grab the potions we need. And just bank these things on our way back. It's kind of insane. We've been doing this grind for so much the last week, we actually used every last potion. I was not expecting that. I grabbed about as much as I thought I would need the whole grind. But apparently not enough. I'm just going to grab every last 7% we have, just so we know how many we have. There's no way we use them all, though. I just want to know what our total number is. I just keep tabs on it so we know for post 200. As we do need to do 208 woodcutting and 216 carpentry at some point. Oh, Jazz has moved on to alchemy. Nice. There's the 500 chef cape. Those I never did congratulate them yet. There we go. I think they're slightly AFK though right now. Alright. Oh yeah, we have plenty. Oh wow. We're like loaded. We got 258 7% left from the alchemy grind. Alright, I believe I have 0 5% though, right? Yeah, those are 6%. Oh yeah, I never did use the 6%. Is now the time? Ooh. Ooh, I think I have found the perfect time to use my 6%. Ooh. Okay, I'm doing it. This is probably a waste. like a waste and a half. But I'm doing it. I'm gonna chug them every time. Ah, that's so much money being wasted though. And I'm still gonna have to come back here later. Yeah, let me not do it. I don't know, 6%'s in a weird in-between. In the sense that they're useless. But I had some bank, so I figured I'd do them. Oh no. It's probably not worth it. If I had more, I would. The fact we only have 46 is not going to last us long enough is the problem. That should, though. Like, if that number said 100 or so, I would have. But 46 would not be enough to last us for the rest of today. Oh, we actually got the aggro skip on him. That wasn't too bad. It's normally a really annoying angle to do it on. And back to where we were. Now with enough potions to last us the rest of the stream, for sure. If anything, I'll probably grab too many. Yeah, this is a lot more 7% than I thought I would have left. By the end of everything, we should have about 247% left. Give or take a few. That's still a lot. But of course, we're still not 500 all, so we're still going to need that quite a bit. We don't get a better upgrade until level 344. Which is no time anytime soon. So you basically have to last us until we get like 244 alchemy. They should though, because I don't plan to do too much in Hope Forest. The only time I'll probably need to bring them out again, other than 208 woodcutting and 216 carpentry, is for the eventual 248 gatherer. But I really only need that if I'm doing post 200 alchemy and post 200 actually both of those are post 200 alchemy. I was gonna say bone right, but honestly both of those are. Because there'd be two things we'd gain a lot of along those ways. The 209 Fear Potion from the 194 Dandelions. I guess technically some leaks. But all the ingredients for the plus 80 Cryo Potion. Which is the whole reason for even getting 248 is for that potion. There's nothing worth using them on in the current state of the game, but there eventually will be. These don't exist yet. Yeah, ram horns are pretty annoying to bank. Honestly, every bone that isn't bone spike is annoying to bank. Femur's like the second less annoying, which is good because that's actually the highest tier 1, oddly enough. But bone spike is free. Femur's like in between. Everything else is annoying. The ram horn and the other one. It's ram and goat that are the two annoying ones. Really need luck is all skill. Your sanity will need the luck. No, honestly, I actually enjoyed the Gatherer grind. Some of the bones are a little annoying, but I actually did enjoy it. And Woodcutting Carpenter honestly wasn't that bad either. Though I'm glad they're done, though. Or soon to be done after today. And I guess we're technically on the Forager grind then. Forager, Fisher. I need the Forager so I can get better Fisher XP while getting Forager. And then Chef just get poked at some point. Not sure when I'm poking Chef. I should really be doing these bounties, but oh well. I keep ignoring Chef. But worst comes to worst, if you just power grind it for 3 days, we'll get 200. The XP rate might be a little dead at some zones, but getting some XP is better than no XP. We're getting far less by not training the skill, rather than training it during a dead zone. Like, it's not optimal, but it'll get done. It's one of the reasons I wanted to try to get as many as bounties in. There's a lot of dead zones in cooking. But worst comes to worst, if we just power grind it in 3 days in a row, like as much as we're doing woodcutting carpentry today, we'd get all the way to 200 within that time. Like it's 3-day grind max. Probably even a 2-day grind if we really go all out. I'm not sure where this cough is coming from. Starting to have it in the last few days. Let's see, I still have a billion cough drops here from when I was really bad the other month. Still have like a 3-year supply here of cough drops. I could ever open it. Gosh, there we go. Oh no, I'm instinctually clicking on the oak. Not quite there yet. At level 192, we can start doing over oak. I'm still really surprised. The vote for where you have the side panels is nearly is more than half still of both side panels open. That's interesting. The main reason I didn't do that is I felt like it blocked too much of the screen, as far as like the visual real estate of the screen. But according to the poll, more than half are doing both. This is what both looks like. Even more if you have them bigger. I think right now I have them the smallest they can be. Oh, so that's interesting. When it comes to inventory, you can see up to chapter 6 while still having it set up like this. It's good to know for the future. If you still want to have, like, the RuneScape setup here. If you ever wonder why I always have it 4 per row, it's because that's what it is in the other game. And it's just what I'm used to. Even if we're doing merchant or something. Because if you compare it to this, for example, notice how there's like 4 in every row. 4, 4, 4, 4. I'm so used to it that way. So I always make sure it's that ratio for this as well. Because it throws me so off if it's like 5 or 6 per row or something. It has to be 4. Because I can't believe how close we are already. We honestly didn't need to spend that much time on this grind. We've been doing this for like, what, a week? Like, a week's a long time, but it's not that bad. And as long as we do, like, what, 35 levels a day or whatever we said earlier? Or 20-something, whatever it was. We get the entirety of Hopeport done in 10 days. A little over a week. Actually, I found my calculator. What was it? We already did the math earlier. The problem is I keep doing so much math, I can't tell which math is which math. Because there's too much math there. Too many things on this calculator. It's not that hard to redo it, though. Let's see, 265 divided by 10. Oh, yeah, because I didn't bother doing it, because it's divided by 10. That's really easy to figure out. And that is 26.5 levels per day. AKA 27, AKA 30. But as long as we do 30 levels a day, we'll get it done by Valentine's Day then. No real reason for having it done by Valentine's Day. It's just a nice day marker. Just pick a random holiday. Need like a date marker. But yeah, by the 14th we should have 200 all non-combat as the goal. And hopefully by then one of the 2 new quests have been added. Hopefully they don't do it on the 2 days I'm gone though, as it will be gone on the 17th and 18th. Which means there's a 100% chance they're going to release the new quest on the 17th or the 18th. As they are the exact days that I will not be around. Which would be so unfortunate if that happens. Hey, that's something else we can check soon, too. How many crazy people have done 200 carpentry? Alright, less than 100 people. Interesting. Currently... Oh, wow, we're about to be the next person, then. 96 people have done 200 carpentry. I said, hello, Thane! Welcome, welcome. This game is meh. I don't know. It's still in a quite developmental stage at the moment, so... Still has quite a ways to go. Definitely a lot of features and stuff that's missing, but I've been enjoying the grind so far. Carpentry's a little bit of a bad example, though, as this is one of the worst skills in the game. It's relatively chill for how AFK and everything it is, but the actual activity of it is pretty meh. You did apple trees and dropped your ash logs, but you got 23 logs when you got to you. Yeah, generally when you're doing apple tree, you drop every log while you do it. If you're banking them. The combat is getting completely overhauled. They have half their team working on it right now. They made a post about it the other week. Well, we know about it for a while, but, oh, this is the other post. But, that's the other post. Oh, no, I got rid of the other post. Oh, no, wait. Can I go back? No, I can't. Oh, no. But he does have a post going over the, that they currently have half the team working on the combat rework. Like, right over here, they posted the other day. But there's, like, a whole thing on the combat rework that's coming. They're basically completely nuking combat in the game and starting from scratch. It's gonna have, like, a skill tree, a bunch of other different things. Also, the whole, like, chapter reset thing won't be a thing anymore. It'll still be separated per chapter, but you're not gonna be, like, completely reset. Like, combat still keeps helping you from chapter to chapter. Yeah, we don't know when that's being implemented, but half their team is currently working on it. So hopefully in the next month or so. That's why I haven't been doing any combat, you may notice here. Well, other than Chronopolis. That doesn't count, that's basically Detective by a different name. But we basically haven't touched combat at all. Because I'm waiting for the combat rework and hopefully next month or so. So we're trying to get all the skilling done before then. That way we can go all in on combat after the change. But yeah, some people were suggesting we stream on Twitch. I don't know, but we'll do a poll for that someday. I wouldn't mind starting back our Twitch channel. Let me double check. Let me go check Twitch real quick. I want to see what my old Twitch account even is. Am I even logged in on it right now? It's like so dated. Yeah, we would be the third most streamed viewed stream on Brighter Shores right now, oddly enough. Vorpal, who is one of the top players in the game, rank 4, is number 1. Some person ending their stream is number 2. And then Joey, who's doing 500 Fisher Party, is number 3. Interesting. I don't know, I wouldn't mind doing it at some point. If there's enough demand from people that you actually want me also doing it on Switch, I guess we could. I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 8 years. But to be part of more of the Brighter Shores community, I wouldn't mind doing it. Because I feel like I'm kind of isolated from the community, currently. Because I don't use Twitter or X. I'll check posts there occasionally, but I don't use it. I don't use Discord. Like, barely. Maybe just to talk to friends and such here and there. I don't use Reddit. Like, unless someone finds us on YouTube, we literally don't exist anywheres. And I don't use, like, TikTok or anything like that. Or Instagram or whatever those other things are. So unless someone finds us via YouTube, we literally do not exist. But no, we'll do a poll for it one day. Because I might try setting that up before we do the all-in combat grind. Before we start the we literally live doing combat for 3 months grind. That's pretty much what we're doing after combat rework. We're doing combat, 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 a little bit of mining, smithing, combat, combat, and more combat. Only taking a mining, smithing break in order to fill up whatever good zone we're in. And then knowledge past the rest using the knowledge from combat. As all knowledge from combat is going on non-combat skills. Primarily mining and smithing. Primarily smithing. I just realized, they realized earlier, we're at 192 carpentry now. I can finally do the oaks. I still have to do every ash we have banked though. As well as probably the ashes that we give to 197 woodcutting. But after that, we can go all in on oak. Actually, when did we start getting to ash tree? Just so I can kind of gauge about how many we're going to get. We started at 184. We got to there. We're at 194. So 10 levels. Which means we'd get about 400 to 500 more logs if we were to do only ash there. Well, maybe a little bit less because of how far the meter is. It's definitely a solid 300 more logs, though. Which means 300 more logs that we'd have to do the lower XP rate for. But also 300 more logs we don't have to buy. And also technically 300 more planks I have banked. Which is also decently relevant. As this is our shield upgrade for pretty much the rest of the time for 4-star shields. As it goes all the way from 199 to, basically max almost, 456. Not literally max, obviously you need tier 5 for that. But pretty close to max. Oh, sorry, I mean tier 6 for that you would need, not tier 5. I'm not sure what I just said. I was like, sometimes forget what I said, like literally seconds later. But yeah, you would need tier 6 for max, not tier 5. Tier 5 goes from 198 to 456. But of course means 199 to 456 because you would never make a 198. That'd be pointless. Might as well get the free level in there. Oh no, this guy's saying anything above level 20 is long. Does he know? Wait until 200. I think that's the... I mentioned this a long while back, too. I feel like Spider Nest Quest is the main determiner if someone will stay around for a while. It throws you a really big grind wall really early on, where you have to go to 32 Carpentry and 20 Woodcutting. And if you can do that, you'll survive. But I feel like that's kind of what, like, weeds out everyone. Is if they quit after that quest, or before that quest is even finished. Because it's definitely a mega grind relative to when the game tells you to do it. Or when it's kind of, like, requested of you to go do it. However, it's a relatively small grind in the whole scheme of the game. Like, it's long relative to where it's at. But they only get longer from there. Oh, so after we get to our next knowledge point, I'll go to the Oaks. Once we get to our next knowledge. I just want to wait till we have 7% so we get the first time bonus on it too. It's not that big a difference, but hey, 2% bonus. Better than, well, I was going to say 5%. But technically 2% is worse than 5, but you know what I mean. The extra 2% from 7% is better than a 5%, which would be 0% extra. It's not a lot, but, you know, it adds up. If we're going to be doing anyways, might as well do it at the right time. And then once that bank is fully cleared, we'll figure out what we're doing. We will start the woodcutting break, if nothing else. And get to 200 woodcutting. Then we got to figure out what we're doing with carpentry and for the rest. Because what I have banked gets us to 194 at absolute best. We still got to scrap together the final 6 levels somehow. Worst comes to worst, it requires us to buy oaks for like 2 hours straight and burn like a gold or so. Which isn't that bad. It's like worst case scenario. Yeah, we could finally see this. 96 people have 200 carpentry. As of today, technically 97 since we'll be joining them. I wonder how many skills still don't have 100 people yet. It's hard to tell because you'd have to be at like 199 to know for sure. It's kind of hard to check otherwise with how the leaderboard system currently works. Oh, that's another funny milestone. We almost have a double-digit number for Hope Forest. I think we get it today, don't we? Yeah, we do. We will finally have a double-digit number and everything but Hopeport. Ooh, I wonder what number I need for Hopeport. Because it might finally hit a double-digit number for everything. This Hopeport's the only one left after today. Alright, 2 more sets of these and we could probably go use the potion then. Actually, does next set do it? 11, 11. Oh, but it doesn't go the whole time. So yeah, I'll do one more 5% and then do it just in case. Don't want to do it too early and waste the 7%. Not like we're wasting it, but you know, or to get the better value from it. If we're going to be spamming these, we should be spamming them on the oaks, not on the ash. And we actually get better XP rate. Oh, so this overall grind is going a lot quicker than I thought it would. I always keep underestimating how much XP you can get per hour. I always keep lowballing it, but I keep lowballing it so hard that it really surprises me when we actually start doing it. It's like, oh yeah. I like mega ultra lowballed it just to make sure we'd have enough time. But in reality, it's actually way quicker than that. Because whenever I do guesstimation math, I always lowball everything. So we know, like, worst case scenario. Oh, we could have technically have done it with a 7%. Oh well. Not too big a deal. I was gonna get flash banged by one pop-up. Oh, we're almost at 10 gold. Though I say that as if we're not about to burn our entire stack. As we're about to burn our whole gold soon. Yeah, where's all this gold being allocated? Let's say, so at least 1 gold is going to be allocated to carpentry. So now we have 8 gold left. Bare minimum, 5 is going to be used for forge, or probably 6, let's say 6. So now we're already down to 2 gold. And then the rest gets put onto Fisher, as there's a few tools we need. Alright, now we have 0 gold. We literally have 0 gold right now. Even though the number says nearly 10. Every single one of those gold pieces already have an allocation location. So we're effectively at 0 gold right now again. For the billionth time. Despite nearly having a double-digit number. But about 1 week from now, that should say like 1 gold. Oh, so I just used a 5% instead of a 7. I did. I failed. I meant to use a 7 there. Now we're gonna get a pop-up 2 more times though. Unfortunate. I also gotta remember to grab oaks on the next cycle as well. Not on the next batch, but once we get back from banking. Grab oak and use a 7%. So close yet so far. 7.5 levels to go. We should have 194 banked. Even 195. When we did the math earlier, we're a few million short. But most of that's from the final few levels. Worst comes to worst, you can just acknowledge that. We're probably just going to manually buy oaks. But the other alternative is we just do something that isn't carpentry. And just train like cooking while throwing into like carpentry or something. Like something along those lines. Probably just gonna do carpentry though. Oh, it seems like a waste to burn money on it. It's only 1 gold, but hey, one's gold, one's gold. It adds up if we keep wasting a gold like that. I don't know, we'll see once we get there. Gotta see where we are after we get like 200 woodcutter. Because if we're only a few levels short, we might as well just power level it. Because by that point, it's like half a gold. Alright, let's see. Do I remember to buy oaks or get oaks this time? So we grab the oaks. We use the 7%. There we go. We did everything correctly this time. Yeah. And these will be the first oaks that we do as well. They're about 20% better XP per hour than the ash plank. But they are not worth actually accumulating. So we'll still do ash to 197 and then pines. Which I might just do it to 199 and then just do pines for 1 level or something. I want some pines more than 0. I don't know, we'll see once we get there. The only problem with pines is I do need to go get fear pots. Though for the amount of time it would take to do it for how little we have to do, I'm probably not going to bother. And just do a weird cycle that doesn't require them. Alright, now we utilize the pop-up to actually use the pop-up. There we go. Level 193. And first time bonus. And I will be banking all these oak poles in case we ever want a weapon. These might seem useless because they're bone right only. However, they do make the strongest one-hand green weapon in the game. So depending on what the class percent is after the combat rework, these might not be horrible. As Cryonite has no melee weapon for green at all. And there might be a situation where this weapon is actually used. And in case it is, I want to bank some. Not all of them. Once we start buying the oaks, if we are going to, I'm probably going to be selling almost all of them. Or at least the ones I have banked right now that we have for free, I will be banking. Which is something we could technically incorporate now since we're banking them anyways. Is buy some more oaks while we're over there. Tempting, tempting. Because the shop is right there. I know, do we do it? Do we do it? Burn money time? I know, is this even worth it? Where even are oaks? Oh, there's so much money. There's so much money. That is so much money. I'm just gonna acknowledge it. Like, it actively pains me to buy them. Even if I know we're only losing like half a gold an hour. Though it loses way more if you bank them. The half a gold an hour is assuming you sell all of them. Like 100% of them. You lose way more than that if you actually bank them. Out of curiosity, how much is an oak pole? I kind of want to go check with this guy over here. Like, if you were to outright buy an oak pole, the log only costs like 8 point something silver. How much does the pole cost from the shop? Like, honestly, I think it's almost like 8 point something. You get like double for making it yourself. It reminds me of those 7% potions that cost like 9 point something silver for alchemy. It's kind of like one of those situations. Wow, 10? Wow. Oh wait, where am I going? I meant to actually sell to you. Wow. Yeah, the log's like 8 point something. To buy one, it's 10 point something. And of course, for a log, you get 2 of them. But yeah, buying the log and banking it is about the equivalence of making a 7% pot. Like these 7% pots that we're doing. If you look at it that way. These cost 9 silver each. Buying the oak log and then banking everything is 8 point something each. Which is about the equivalence of making one of these at the level range that we did. What level range was that, by the way? It was level 116. We did that from 116 to mostly 131. But that would be basically the same burn rate if we buy the oak logs and then bank everything. It's the same burn rate as making these and keeping them. Which, when you put it that way, honestly, it's not bad. It's actually not that bad. Though, out of curiosity, what is the burn rate if you bank 100% of them? What does the wiki say? I don't think it has a number for that. It doesn't tell us the number. I don't think it does. Alright, let me go make this a partial screen. So it's not taking up the whole thing. Flash banged. Alright, there we go. What was I looking for? So much white. Does this wiki not have a dark mode? Do. So how many does it assume you're doing per hour? You have to keep in mind we're banking, so it's a bit of a weirder number. It's assuming about 100 something an hour. So if we were to do the math based on this, I would say we're doing about 120 an hour. So 120 times that. Oh, wrong number. 120 times 8.08. We're burning about 1 gold an hour banking everything. That's bad, but it's not that bad. And by banking everything, I mean we buy 11 from the shop, we go over here, do it, bank everything, repeat. And we burn 1 gold an hour. But we're already going to have to walk there anyways. Because you would always have to walk to go get logs, unless you do 22 at a time, but then you have to walk every other time. Because that's something else we could do too. Buy 22 logs, do 11 of them, sell the 22 that get meat from it, then do the other 11, bank them, buy another 22 logs, repeat until 200 carpentry. That way we're only burning closer to like 8 gold an hour, or sorry, 8 silver, 800 silver, 0.8 of gold. Yeah, that's closer to a 0.75, 0.8 gold burn. While still getting slightly better XP. Because we're still gonna have to walk there anyways. Like, some amount of walking has to be done. So we can kind of do buy-sell like we're doing now. Or, sell bank, I mean. Where we sell half, bank the other half. And then every time that we go and bank, we buy the 22 logs and repeat the cycle until 200. You could also do that all the way to 500, but, you know, we're not going that far. You could technically do that all the way to max. And it'd effectively bank half and sell half then. Kind of like exactly what we're doing now. Except every time you bank, you would also buy the logs instead of just grabbing them from your storage. It's probably going to be the game plan then, to be honest. At least once we run out. What I'm going to go do is do woodcutting. After we have nothing in that bank, we're going to do woodcutting until we have 197. Then after that, we go clear out the bank again. Then after that... yeah, I think we just start the buy sells. Where we do what we just mentioned. We buy 22 of a log, oak log. We then bank 11 of them. We then process all of them. Sell all of them, grab the 11 we banked again, process all of them, go bank them all the way out here, go buy another set of 22, and repeat until we have like 198, 199 carpentry. And then we do 197 to 200 woodcutter, throwing all the knowledge into carpentry, of course. There we go, game plan. That way we only burn about 1 gold. And we still get good XP rate overall. And then after we get 200, I'd probably go do the pines as well. As I will have all the pines from 197 to 200 that we can't do until we're 200. Just so we have some banked for later. Obviously, we don't need that towards our 200 goal, but it's just something I want to get done. If we're doing all this grind anyways, just so we don't have to go back to carpentry for a while. The only other time we'll have to come back is for 216 for the hickory. But hickory is only good for a yellow weapon. So as long as we don't need to kill like some kind of yellow boss or something, we should be fine. Without it for a little bit. It's still a grind I do want to get around to, though. As every best yellow range weapon in the game requires hickory. Assuming I'm remembering the correct material. But you need it for Cryo Knight's yellow weapon. You also need it for Hammer Mage's best in slot yellow weapon. The only yellow weapon you don't need it for is for Guardian. But every other yellow class, or every other class needs it for yellow range weapon. As well as in the case of Cryo Knight yellow melee as well. I'm pretty sure it's the one that uses Hickory. Some confusing it with Pine or something, but I'm pretty sure it's Hickory. Hickory does yellow mace for Cryo Knight, yellow range for Cryo Knight, and yellow range for best in slot for Hammer Mage. For best in slot yellow range in the game. And the most, the biggest thing that's useful for is Chronopolis, as the big spike ball is weak to yellow. So out of any chapter, chapter 4 is actually the most relevant chapter for yellow range weapon. Even more so for Cryo Knight since they're immune to blue. You've got level 40 Bone Right in episode 3, but the rest are level 0. What order do you suggest you level them in terms of quests? Get everything for Mines of Matubin first. Or sorry, for Matubin's Legacy. Which is 29 mining and 35 smithing. This will also unlock your first venture, if you don't already have that. Because you were mentioning earlier, I believe, that you didn't have your hourglass. They'll unlock it for you. But yeah, you would start by doing 29 mining. Then you go do 35 smithing. You might have to buy some ore from the shop. Or by might you, I mean definitely you will. But get 29 mining. Then you get 35 smithing. Offsetting whatever you need to from the shop. Ideally from the Goblin Forge, so you can use it immediately. And then after you get those two, you then do Matubin's Legacy. That gets you your mining venture that you should start doing every single day, twice a day. And that will give you a bunch of free mining XP. But then after that, you focus on stonemason. You could either mine for it or buy from the shop. But buying it from the shop would get pretty expensive doing it for both. As you would need to get 58 smithing and 44 stonemason for Lost and Found with a +2 boost. Because for that quest, you need 59 minefighter. This is what assuming +2 boost. You need 59 minefighter, 38 bone right, 58 smithing, and 44 stonemason. You do not need any mining technically for that quest. So once you get your 29 for Matubin's Legacy, you don't technically need to get any further. Unless you want to get all of your own material for blacksmith and stonemason, which is optional, but definitely helps. It saves a lot of money that way. But at its lower level range, it's not too bad to actually just buy it from the shop. If you just don't want to deal with mining. As you technically never need to get higher than 29 mining to go do all the quests there. Like, my two alts are about to finish it with, like, 34 mining level or something, like 33, 34. It mostly just saves you money on having to buy the other skills. But they're cheap enough at that level range where spending money on them isn't that big a deal. You would eventually need to get mining up, but if your only goal is to get the quest done to be able to make 4-star equipment, buying everything from the shop is probably the way to go. And just buy all your ore and all your stone. But yeah, the order that you would do it in is 29 mining, 35 smithing, then get 58 smithing, then just do all of stonemason. With most of the supplies for smithing and stonemason just be bought from the shop. But that'd be the quickest way to get it done. But if you do plan to do a lot of mining, though as a guardian you don't really need to. But if you do plan to get it up, it might be worthwhile just getting your mining up. It takes way longer. But if you're going to need it at some point anyways, it's worth it. But as a Guardian, you can pretty much just ignore mining. I wouldn't say completely ignoring it, but Guardians gain the least amount of benefit from mining of any class in the game. Yeah, I know that you're a Guardian. That's why I'm mentioning it. You're trying to do all the quest chapter by chapter. Yeah, you can pretty much ignore the mining grind then. So the order would be, assuming you already have the bone rate done, as you mentioned, after 40 bone rate, or 38. But yeah, then you would just do mining to 29, smithing to 35, do Matubin's Legacy, then do smithing to 58, then stonemason to 44, then do lost and found. And then you could just keep doing bone rate. And that's pretty much the only skill you need there. Oh yeah, also at some point you have to do 59 Mindfighter. You can do that whenever. You probably want to do that near the end of the grind and then throw your knowledge into smithing and stonemason. So get to like 50-something smithing and 40-ish stonemason. And then all the knowledge you get from 59 Mindfighter, you just dump into stonemason and smithing. So yeah, I forgot about that. You do need 59 Mindfighter as well. There is a way to bypass it with a high alchemy level. But I believe you need like 114-ish alchemy or something. Most people don't bother doing it that way. But technically there's no Mindfighter requirement if you have a really high alchemy. But it requires like 114, 115 something alchemy. Which I can tell you exactly which alchemy level you need. You need 113 alchemy. Which most people don't bother doing. Though it is a route that you can do. 113 alchemy skips the 59 Mindfighter requirement. So if you prefer having a higher alchemy instead of bothering with Mindfighter, you can do that. Though keep in mind, after the combat rework, you're going to need 40 Mindfighter anyways. So getting 59 is not that bad, since you're already going to need 40 after the combat rework. But yeah, 113 alchemy does skip the 59 Mindfighter requirement. It doesn't skip you needing 40 combat after the combat rework, though. That would still be required. But it does skip needing to get 61 for the AFK activity. And the main reason it skips it is you need that material for one of the parts of the quest. But at 113 alchemy, you can just buy it from the shop. It's something I'm not sure what they're going to do when trading comes out. Because technically Lost and Found is so skippable once trading comes out, unless they had a hard requirement to the quest. As Lost and Found actually has 0 requirements if everything was tradable, which it might be when trading comes out. Like, you can quite literally skip the entire quest. Which is kind of clunky. I assume they're going to put a hard requirement on it down the line after trading comes out or before trading comes out. Like, the guy at the end won't teach you how to create 4-star equipment until you have, like, the level range that he wants. If I had to guess, it would be 5 lower than every single one of the options, which would mean you'd probably need, like, hypothetically, you'd probably need, like, in the future, 56 Mindfighter, 35 Bone Right, so on and so forth. I assume is what they're going to do for it when trading comes out. You just assume that the player is doing a +5 boost. Because otherwise, there's literally 0 requirement for Lost and Found after the trading gets released, if they don't do some kind of workaround. As every single thing that has a requirement for that quest is technically tradable in one way or another. I did use a 7% right. I think I did that earlier too and accidentally forgot about it. I do that pretty often, especially off stream. I'll use a 7% boost potion and then start doing it and then go a little AFK. And then the potion will expire, not realizing I did the potion in order to go use the meter. I do that so often. Alright, let's not forget this time. Oh no, we're down to 12. We're finally done with all of our ash tree until I go get more ash tree. But we got a little bit further than expected. I said what we had left would probably get us to about 194. And it looks like it's about to get us to about 195. Still got to figure out how we scrap together the final 5 levels, though, but we kind of already figured out a plan. So we're going to woodcut to 197 after we finish those. Then we're going to do everything we did from 197. Then we can do pines from, actually, we could do pine last. Yeah, we'll save the pines for last. And then we'll start doing the oak method until we get to, like, 198-ish. 198 and a half. And then we do pines from 197 to 200. And then that should pretty much get us to 200 carpentry. And if we are slightly short, we'll just buy whatever oaks we still need then. So we'll kind of just do a back and forth on both of them until we get there. As we now have 194 woodcutting and 194 carpenter. We're nearly there. Not quite there yet, though. But we're getting there. Alright, time to do one. Alright, let's not do one. I'll wait till we have a weird number of oaks. I'm not gonna run one single plank. Alright, now he's got to do 69 oaks. Then on the final one, we'll do 6 oak with 1 plank. And then, yeah, I guess we head to trees. To 197 then. Then we run to ashes. Then we probably start doing buy sell with oak. And then once we're in a threshold where we can acknowledge it, we just do 197 to 200 woodcutting. And then after we have 200, 200, I come back to go do all the pines that we got from 197 to 200 woodcutting. And that should be true 200 completed. Might even get 201 carpenter from it. Which will help us towards the 208 we eventually need for the AFK activity. So we can eventually get to 216. Which is pretty much the last carpentry level we ever need for a very, very, very long time. No time soon, though. I'm not doing post 200 right now. We'll be doing some post 200 just because we already have them banked. But beyond what we have banked, we're not doing any. Because the goal is to get that bank completely cleaned by the end as well. I don't want a single log in there by the end of this. I want all of them out. But overall, we're making really good time. I wasn't expecting it to actually be this quick. Though we still have quite a bit of grind left. Even though they're both at 194. Like, each skill still needs like 2 or 3 hours in them. Like, even if we say 2 and 2, that's still 4 more hours. So that's around where our guesstimation was. If it does take, let's say, like 4 more hours. Because it's saying it would be like 9 or 10-ish hours. If we were doing it in about 4, that's about 8 hours then total. Still a bit quicker than expected, though. But I always lowball everything, just in case. I always assume everything will take more time. It's one of the reasons we didn't go for 200 woodcutting yesterday. Well, that because I was really busy most of the day. But also because I knew with the time that we had allocated that it would not be possible. So we're just doing a double 200 today. Which is very realistic to do. And then we start a hope work grind. Which that shouldn't be too bad. I honestly don't mind most of the skills in Hope Port that much. Chef is really chill. fishing, I like the gameplay loop that you could do with AFK fishing into Forager. It's also pretty chill. Ever since queuable action, fishing is actually good. Before queuable action, I kind of hated it. But after queuable action, every fish that isn't eel puffer is actually not horrible. As they all share the same timer now. Which basically fixed fishing. I don't really mention it much from when we were mentioning about like big beneficiaries from it. As I would say woodcutting is probably the biggest beneficiary of queuable action. However, honestly, AFK fishing I think is the best one. Like active AFK fishing. As basically every single fish that's in a really annoying room has gotten such a buff. Like flounder, like eel puffer is still the same. But flounder, let's see, flounder, Gannard. Okay, this is a bad example because this is right at the beginning. But flounder, Gannard, let me do it from here. Manta ray, Gannard, and flounder all got a huge buff due to queuable action. As no longer do you have to worry about one of them escaping and ruining our cycle. As before, if one of them got slightly away from you, it hurt your XP rate. But now that they all share a timer based on the first one you catch, your XP rate is basically maxed the entire time. As one getting slightly away from you does not actually affect your XP rate anymore. As long as you catch all 6 before any respawn, it does not matter how slow you catch the 6 in between. It only matters how quickly you catch the first, and that you catch all 6 before the first one respawns. Whereas before, every single one ran on an individual timer, which made even a single one being delayed affect your entire XP rate per hour. But now, as long as you catch the first one quickly, and all 6 are caught before the first one respawns, then you're good to go. So all 3 of those got a huge buff from queuable action. Like probably like a 10-15% per hour buff compared to otherwise. And you can AFK them now too, because of queuable action. Or, you know, semi-AFK. Not really like AFK, but, you know, like a good 40 seconds of downtime. Or 30, 40, whatever it is. I actually haven't timed fish. I know woodcutting's around like 40, 45. Mining's around like 50 to a minute. I forget what it is for fish. I assume around 50 to a minute. Because woodcutting's one of the outliers that spawn really quickly for some reason. It's one of the reasons why the ash tree cycle works. Is because woodcutting trees have a quicker respawn rate. If they had the same respawn rate as stone from mining, it actually would not respawn in time for a perfect cycle on something like ash tree. Speaking of which, we'll be visiting them soon. Also, speaking of which, we finally hit 1,000 levels in Mines of Matubin. What we haven't gotten yet, though, is 1,000 levels in Chronopolis. That might be a goal we have to do soon. As it would only require us to get, like, what, 4 merchant levels? Technically 3, given where we are right now. Because we'll have 1 more detective level by then, so that makes it 5. We're about to gain another merchant level from doing anything, so that's 4. So yeah, I gotta gain, like, 4 merchant levels. Technically 5, but that one's basically already done. Which is perfect, because I believe that's when we get our next upgrade as well. As I believe it's at 232 or 233 that we get our next XP upgrade. Yeah, 233. So I'm going to have to make the 233 merchant grind soon. As that gets us exactly to level 1000 in Chronopolis. To finish our second 1000. I'm not going to try getting 1000 all though. However, doing 200 all in Hopeport actually does do 1000 all now that I think about it. So you know what? Maybe we are doing 1000 all grind soon. The only problem with that is you'd have to do a lot in Hope Forest. We'd have to go get our 248 Gatherer. We'd have to go get our, definitely bare minimum 208 Woodcutter, if not further. And our 216 Carpenter. Even then, that's still like 40 levels short. So I'm probably not going to bother. Just wait until combat rolls in when we get the combat rework. It's not worth doing compared to just camping, mining, smithing. As we'd have to do basically 200 post 200 levels on Hope Forest, which is just way too many. Because getting 500 scout will automatically do that anyways. We'll actually overkill it by 100 levels. Oh yeah, speaking of which, hey, it finally just rolled in. We are now top 100 for the forest. We got a double-digit number finally. Oh, there's Zerite Jewel. About to pass you, Zerite Jewel. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been doing this thing. I've seen him a lot in the past. I think he might be slowing down a bit like a lot of people. Which, how many people are playing right now on Steam? Which is the only location this game even exists. Let's see, if I had to guess, it's what? It's peak hours right now, or a little bit past peak hours. I would say it's 1,100. Probably 1,067. Let's see, Community Hub. It is 1,053, pretty close. I was 12 off. That sounds about right. I wonder what that number will be on the day of combat rework. Could you imagine? It's not going to shoot up that much, but it will be higher. Unless people get word of it. Because you have to keep in mind, the combat rework actually doesn't affect you for the lower level range, which is where a lot of returning players would be. And by returning players, I mean people who quit because of the combat system. Because the new combat system doesn't take effect pretty much properly until they have 30, 30, 40, 40. So if you're lower than 30, 30, 40, 40, you're basically playing the old system. Not completely, but you pretty much are playing the old system until you get above that. And a lot of people who quit pretty early on probably do not have those levels to be able to do that. The new system also punishes you for not having those levels. Like, for example, if you only have 20 guard and, like, 20 scout, and you go to Mines of Matubin, you're going to be in for a rough time after the new rework. You're actually going to be further behind than you were before. As you're starting in an area where the weakest enemy is basically level, what, 100 or 70? No, you're going to be starting an area where the weakest enemy is level 60, where your combat is only level 40. Which is going to be kind of rough. Like, worse than it was before. As you're entering a level 60 chapter at level 40 combat if you have 20-20. Rather than 30-30. But if you have 50-50 scout guard going into the mines, you'd be level 60. Basically how it works is you get 30 levels. For the first 2 chapters, it counts your first 30 levels. For every chapter afterwards, it counts 40. Everything beyond that goes into your obelisk. Obelisk mostly just gives you benefit for the current chapter that you're in, though some amount of it does apply to the next chapter. So some of your obelisk levels from chapter 1 go to chapter 2, some from chapter 2 go to chapter 3, so on and so forth. But the only thing that really matters is 30, 30, 40, 40. 30 for the first 2 and 40 every chapter after, as the base enemies in the area are of that level range. So in chapter 1, they're from 0 to 30. In chapter 2, they're 30 to 60. In Mines of Matubin, they're 60 to 100. And then in Chronopolis is 100 to 140. For the initial enemies. Not for all the enemies, but just for the initial ones that you see there. So if you only go like 20, 20, 20, and you go into Chronopolis, you'll be level 60, having to fight level 100s as your weakest enemy. Which is actually worse than the system that's in there now. Because right now you'll be level 0 fighting level 0s. But if you only went 20, 20, 20, you'd be a level 60 fighting level 100s. Which goes without saying would be really bad. You're going to get absolutely destroyed. That's the only bad thing about the new system. There are some situations where it actually makes combat worse, not better. But you'd have to have really low level for that to be the case. So where do the other 20 points go? They go into your obelisk level. The first 2 chapters have a 470 obelisk, and every chapter after have a 460 obelisk. But basically it's a skill tree. You'll be able to allocate where everything goes rather than having everything just automatically distributed evenly like it is now. But everything after that threshold goes into a skill tree. And you get a lot of customization as to what you want to put it into. So you don't lose the levels, they just get applied to a different system. And that skill tree mostly just applies to the chapter that you're in. Though there will be some unlocks that you can get on the skill tree that apply immediately to the chapter after. making it slightly better to go down the line. Like, for example, if you want 200 all combat, it is way better to do 200 guard, then 200 scout, then 200 mind fighter, then 200 watch person. As some of the buffs that you get from the previous obelisk will go to the following one. So is it pointless getting 50 scout for this quest requirement? Well, that's how it's going to be working. That's not how it works now. But you only need to kill a boss for the quest requirement. There's no actual level requirement for Forgotten Things. Forgotten Things just has a kill boss requirement. The only quest in the entire game that currently has a combat requirement, which is only a pseudo combat requirement, is Mind of Batubin, where you need either 59 Mind Fighter with a +2 boost, or level 131 Alchemy. And you can just buy it from the shop to skip the entire requirement. But no other quest actually has a combat requirement. It's just a kill enemy requirement. And most enemies can be killed at like half their level, with how cheesable most of them are right now. Oh yeah, if they mess this up, oh yeah. There will be a lot of chaos if they mess up the combat system. Some things are better, some things are worse. I would say overall it's better though. But I could see it actually being worse for some returning players, which is like the main thing that they're trying to appeal to with it. Which is rather ironic. As the worst part about the combat rework is for returning players who have really low combat everywhere. Like, if basically the player who immediately finished the storyline and moved on to the next quest, and only did that, like moved from chapter to chapter immediately, are actually the people who get punished the most from the new system. Is people like that would only have around 20 all combat, rather than like 30, 40, 50, so forth. Also, the both side panels keeps going up for the vote. I'm actually really surprised. The number just keeps skyrocketing. Yeah, I don't think the combat rework will change too many people's opinion. I don't think most changes that will come to this game will change most people's opinions. It's why I always mention that the biggest thing that would help this game is 1 or 2 years more of development, and then Jagex doing something really dumb. Is like the biggest thing that will help this game. It just needs about another year or 2 or 3 of development, so it's actually like a fully fleshed out game. And then the player base in the most similar MMO just needs to die slightly. And some of them will look for an alternative. And Brighter Shore is basically the only alternative. Because someone's not going to quit old school RuneScape owned by Jagex just to go to RuneScape 3 owned by Jagex. There might be some people who quit RuneScape 3 and then go to old school. But if Jagex is a core issue, they're going to try to find something else. And most of them aren't going to go to World of Warcraft or something. So that's probably when they retry Brighter Shores. Because I don't think most of them will try after the combat rework. I highly, highly doubt that will happen. I don't think the combat rework will do it. I don't think trading will be doing it. I don't think 1.0 update will even do it. But that would bring some amount of people, though. An official 1.0 announcement and everything. But the main thing that will do it is old school RuneScape getting worse. Like, they do Project Xanaris and it's horrible. They do Sealing and it's horrible. Like, something like that is what will do it. Or they just get corporate greeted to death. Asking for like $20 a month for less features. Honestly, I feel like Project Xanarus is really, 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 really bad for the game. Like, if I was only playing Old School RuneScape and not Brighter Shores because Brighter Shores didn't exist or something, I think Project Xanarus would actually get me to quit. Especially if I was playing a main account. Luckily, I'm playing a max hardcore, so it wouldn't matter as much. Because some of the best moneymakers in the entire game is literally just going to be play a private server and then cash out for 07 cash. Like, the best way to make money in the game is to not play the game. You'd be able to play all the private servers related to the game. So I'm not even going to bother boosting these. It's literally 4. We're going to be here for like a few seconds. Alright, let's do every last thing we have. And then off to the trees we go. We have returned to Ash Tree. Right now is when we go do the 197 woodcutting grind. And of course I will be throwing it into carpentry the entire time. I just realized I actually can bank these for free. I don't need to sell them. We quite literally walk past the bank, go into Ash Tree. Alright, woodcutting. We meet again. Gotta do like slightly under an hour of woodcutting now. And then we go process all the planks immediately. And then we see where we're at. And figure out what we do from there. Which is likely just mass buying oak logs so we can make them into planks or whatever the poles are called. Oh, now we get to chill. Not that the other thing wasn't chill, but I do find this more chill than carpentry. And any knowledge we get will be dumped into carpentry, of course. But look at that, 194, 194. Pretty much the same amount of XP as well. Or they're about to be in a minute. Only problem right now is we are doing a 184 tree at 194. But the alternative isn't really better. Plus, worst comes to worst, we get more ash planks banked. And ash plank is actually better than oak pole. That's your guardian. But for any non-guardian, ash plank is actually better. As you'll always need shield upgrades, but you don't always necessarily need a specific green weapon off of guardian. Unless you're a guardian. Whereas every class will always need shields. Shield upgrades. Because even though you don't need this to make your 3-star shield, you do need it for your 4-star shield. Because for the most part, only guardians really use oak. But every class needs ash plank. The main exception to that is Cryo Knights. Depending on how the faction system works, if we can get like 90-95% effectiveness on the skill tree eventually, we would technically need oak for the one-hand green weapon. However, the two-hand green weapon is probably better anyways, so we probably don't need the one-hand green weapon. And the two-hand green weapon is way easier to make. Like, way, way easier. Like, substantially easier. It's like one tile from a bank. Chop faster? I know, I wish I could. We gotta get back to carpentry. We can start chopping faster at 197. But we can't speed it up at all prior to that. Is the only problem. We're actually in a bit of a dead zone for woodcutting right here. About 197 it skyrockets. Like, it'll be slower to get from 194 and 3/4 to get 2 and 1/4 of a level right now than it will be to get 3 levels from the other tree. Like, 3 levels from the other tree I'm pretty sure is like almost the same speed, if not quicker. Because we are in a mini dead zone for woodcutting right now. Yeah, they're both basically even now. Nice, nice. Still got a little ways to go. I feel so... I want to do knowledge on it so badly. I really shouldn't, though. How badly I want to put this into woodcutting. But I have to put it into carpentry to save us money. As honestly, every knowledge point we put into carpentry at this point, I think saves us like multiple hundreds of silver. Like at least 100 silver, if not more. It's kind of ironic because one of the things that you can actually get from the knowledge reward is money. But if you put that if you just simply put the EXP into a skill that burns money, you actually get more money than how much money the money thing gives you, which is kind of ironic. Obviously, it's given as EXP rather than as actual currency that you can spend in-game. But it actually saves you more money to dump EXP into a slow production skill than it is to click on the thing that gives you money. Because in the long run, you actually save more money from not picking money. It's something I hope they rebalance in the future. Even though that's the exact opposite of a gold sink. As right now, it is completely pointless to go for the money. You're basically completely trolling. I only ever did a few times on day 1. Just because we were at, like, constant negative cash. Like, quite literally 0. But aside from day 1, I've never done it. It's just such absurdly bad value. I believe it scales based on what your highest skill level is. Though even if you have a level 500, it's still not worth it. It's not like someone's ever going to have 500 all. And even if he did. Though that would be insane if someone ever actually did. But even if he did, you'd probably just put it into like AFK activities or something. That would be kind of crazy though if someone eventually does do that. Getting 500 all and then putting all knowledge points into cash. I guess that would make some moneymakers pretty high in the game. But not really. Because even if you cashed in all your knowledge for an hour at level 500, I think it's only like 400 or 500 silver an hour or something. On top of whatever you're already making. Like, it's more than nothing, but it's not a lot. Especially for someone who has literally 500 all on every skill. At that point, 500 extra silver an hour is nearly 0. One way they could fix that in the future is instead of making it based on your highest level, make it based on your total level. As he has that total level requirements in the future. Well, not necessarily requirements, but as like things that scaled off of it. One that always comes to mind is the maze random event. RuneScape has random events that can occasionally occur to you that were mostly as an anti-botting measure back in the day. But some of them actually scale based on your total level. Most notably the maze random event, where the loot at the end of the maze is based entirely off your total level and how quickly you get there. But how quickly you get there determines the reward percent, and your total level determines what your actual reward is. With how quickly you go through the maze, determining what percent of it you get to keep. Because there's a pretty good implementation of total level for something that end up giving you currency. Or things that are pretty currency adjacent. And I'm hoping Brighter Shores does that for stuff in the future. Currently, the closest mechanic to that right now are chests in any given chapter. I'm not sure exactly what chests do it on, if it's highest level or if it's total level. Because I've been told it's based on your highest level, but I haven't actually tested it enough to really know. And even if it is highest level, I'm not sure if it's highest level in the chapter or just highest level in general. I assume it'd be based on the highest level in the chapter. But it would be nice if they changed that to work on your total level if it doesn't already. Because I like the concept of the opening chest mechanic in this game. I just feel like it's implemented in a way that's really hard to understand and also has a very sporadic drop table. It'd be nice if it was a little bit more standardized. And a bit more obvious what you got in return for it. Because right now it's a mechanic in the game that's really not relayed that well to the player. As far as like the feedback loop for it. But hopefully by 1.0 they'll figure out that system. 200% meter, it's time. It is finally time. Oddly enough, I'm actually going to have a slightly higher carpentry level again. We'll drink this. Boom, boom, into carpentry. Oh, look at that. That 135k XP drop coming in. So nice. 195.5. We're getting there. Now we just got to do 2 more woodcutting levels. Then go do all these ash planks that we're getting right now. And then we'll probably have to buy oaks all the way to like 199. And just finish off with woodcutting. But at this rate, honestly, I might not even need to. And even if we do need to buy some oaks, it might only be for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I was expecting to have to do it for an hour earlier, but I didn't really account for all the knowledge that we get along the way from woodcutting. I accounted for some of it, but not all of it properly. Because in our 195 woodcutting grind, we should be getting about 6 knowledge, roughly. Which is 1.5 woodcutting carpentry levels. Plus we're still getting the carpentry XP from everything we're getting right now, on top of that. Though we do stop banking carpentry XP at 197 though. Not that we're not banking it, but we're doing something that we can't do until 200. Which I will still be doing, but it's kind of awkward. Because I won't be able to do it for a while. We have to literally get our goal until we can actually process them. Which means we are doing some amount of post 200 today. Only however much pines we get from 197 to 200 though. And I will bank all of them. This is kind of the whole point of doing them to begin with, is to actually have them as a resource rather than just selling them for XP. Because we care more about the resource than the XP from it. So once you have 50 Carpenter, should you put your knowledge points into Scout or something else? No, you should pretty much never use knowledge on a combat. Combat's like the one skill you should pretty much never dump knowledge into. If anything, it should kind of be the other way around, in that you should train combat and then dump the knowledge into carpentry. So you don't have to pay as much for carpentry unless you already have all the logs banked. Because if you're currently buying logs to train carpentry right now, it might be better just to train scout and throw all the knowledge into carpentry. Kind of like what we're doing right now, where we're training woodcutting and throwing into carpentry. Same thing, but with scout. Train scout, but then dump all the knowledge into carpentry as you're training scout. You just don't know what to do next. Well, what are you trying to do? Lost? Do you mean after you do Forgotten Things, or to be able to do Forgotten Things? Because after Forgotten Things, there's a lot you could do in Chapter 3. Because if you have all the requirements for the quest other than combat, you can go check out the boss and see how difficult it is. Like, test the safe spot, everything like that. Don't waste any resources, but kind of just peek at it. If your only two things above level 20 in Chapter 3 are those two, it's probably best just to put it into Bone Right then. Until you have your smithing and stonemason above that level range. And then start putting in smithing and stonemason until you have the requirements for the quest. Because Bone Right you're always going to need. If you're a guardian, as you mentioned. So Bone Right's never a wrong choice. Because you will always need a higher level Bone Right until 500. Obviously not going all the way till then, but you know what I mean. Like, you will always need a higher Bone Right level at any point in the game. Kind of like how we always need a higher smithing level as a Cryonite. Like, no number is too high until it's all the way max. Because I did that a lot early on. I had like 160 smithing before I even had like 50 mining. Just because how useful it is to get your weapon making skill up. Especially if you're doing a lot of combat. Oh, hello 13 Faces, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I was surprised about that too, 13 Faces. The entire stream, the poll has been anywhere from like 52% to 60% on both people keeping both panels open. There's always do one just so there's more screen real estate. The only time I bring out two is for mostly merchant and detective, as they require a lot of menus to function properly. But yeah, it's really high right now. It's a 58% after 26 votes for keeping both panels open. And the way that I do, it's currently only at 8%, which is even more surprising. The right side panel only. Which I find that even more surprising, since obviously everyone's watching us having to do it like this. But only 8% say that they actually keep right panel only. I find that interesting, given that that's pretty much what I do as default, like 95% of the time. What's even interesting is 27% are no side panels. Which I have no clue how you play like that. I would go insane playing like this. Because there's so much information just not being relayed. Like, it gives you a lot of screen real estate, but, how do you do anything? Especially if you need to use your knowledge point. I don't even know where it's at right now. It does give you a lot of screen real estate, though. But almost too much. Whereas I feel like double side panel does the inverse. Where you have too little screen real estate. Whereas having just one panel is just right. Still have some of the core things you need, but also still have, you know, a lot of space overall. There's a problem with this for a long period of time is I feel like it's slightly claustrophobic, especially if you make this bigger, so you can see the map and everything better. Yeah, the main reason I keep side panel on the right open is that's how I play it in old school RuneScape. Because I have everything basically vertical. Normally I have my map in top right though. You may notice whenever I bring it up, I actually technically have it in top left. Whenever I open up this. But the default is top right. I just keep it in top left so it's not in the way of AFKing whenever I do AFK stuff. But I'm used to like the inventory being in bottom right, which is why it's there. And the main reason why this is here instead of the map is people always ask about levels, but it's also because of knowledge. It's a core mechanic that you have to use multiple times an hour, regardless of what you're doing. And it allows you to menu skip a little bit better, because there's a lot of things that stall you with knowledge. But being able to access this menu is really helpful. It's less necessarily to skill things whenever we want to check on a skill for something. Like, let's say we forget, like, what's that 197? Like, oh, we can see, oh yeah, pine log, and then we get that. Oh yeah, we get the, oh! Speaking of which, good thing I checked. I forgot, we get a 5% XP bonus at 198. I completely forgot about that. See? Look at that. We wouldn't have known that if we didn't check. Yeah, look how convenient that is. That's one of the reasons I keep it open, so we know what's coming up immediately. Yeah, I honestly legitimately forgot about that. I thought that was the AFK activity, because they use a similar symbol. But no, that's a permanent 5% XP bonus there. Also, another 1 point something gold we gotta go burn. Yeah, I'm so used to inventory being on the right. I feel like in pretty much every game I play, I try to keep it somewhere around there. But I'm not really, like, care too much where the map is and stuff like that. Like, this could be in literally any corner, I'm fine with it. I'm just really used to inventory being bottom right. Oh yeah, I did the same thing. Yeah, whenever I do merchant, I have bounties, backpack, map, and teleport. The problem is you also need to have open your skill tree, which is kind of annoying. You need 5 tabs at once. You can only have 4 tabs open. I hope that's something they change in the future. I wish you could trade out chat and put it anywheres. Like put it on one of these side panels. But also more so to replace chat with any other menu. Because I would love to put the skill tree there. So whenever you open up this, it opens up your profession screen. Mostly to be able to use the knowledge, but also just to have it down there. Is that's probably where I'd move it, at least for merchant runs and everything. I'd move it all the way to the bottom here. But currently you can only have chat at the bottom. Because there are a handful of activities in the game where you need 5 tabs open. Technically 6 if they add equipable potion to tool belt. As you would no longer be able to do it from your inventory. Meaning something like merchant and detective would require 6 tabs to be open. Rather than 5. And when you can only do a max of 4. Which is slightly problematic. But most activities in the game only use these 2, which is why I keep them open. Like what we're doing right now does not require teleport or tool belt or anything combat related. Doesn't require a map. He's only using those 2. This for whenever we get a knowledge. This to keep track of our inventory and use potions. Which technically means that we will be needing 3. That's the only thing I could see being really annoying with a tool belt update, I do have to say, though. When potions are equipable, it's going to be kind of annoying because you always need a 3rd tab open. Which means we might have to start doubling again. If we do have to double with it, I'll keep it small. Because I think this is like the smallest size it can be. If you have it like this. You make it a little bit bigger, but I always keep it the smallest possible size. It's kind of weird because the left tab can actually be slightly smaller than the right tab. Not sure if that's a glitch or a feature. But the minimum size for the right tab is actually bigger than the minimum size for the left tab. As far as like the smallest size you can make it. Oh, we're so close. 195, 195. Nearly there. Hello, Finny. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh, you're using the same merchant layout that we are. Yeah, we do need to get back to merchant at some point. I'm waiting until equipable potion before I get back to it. As far as like power grinding it. As equipable potions help out a lot with merchant. Even if you have to do clunky menus to get to it. As it allows you to actually do boost pots. Because right now it's not worth giving up 6 inventory spaces to do 1 potion. But giving up 0 to do it is really good. Like insanely good value. I'm really hoping one of those 2 quests is finally equipable potion. I will actually be slightly disappointed if they're not. I don't care what the other quest reward is, but one of those 2 new quests needs to be equipable potion. I don't care if the other quest literally gives you nothing as a reward. The other quest needs to give you equipable potion as a reward. Hopefully both of them are good. My 2 most ideals is one of them is a venture slot and the other one is equipable potion. Or one of them is the second teleport to Hopeport, and the other one is equipable potion. Those are like my 2 ideal scenarios. But it could be none of those. We don't know. They haven't even given us any hints as to what it is. But I would assume those are like the 2 that it would be most likely to be. Hopeport Tele plus equipable potion, or equipable potion plus plus a new venture slot to start filling out the 6 that we can get. Yeah, my biggest guess is second Hopeport teleport and equipable potion. With the Hopeport teleport coming first and equipable potion coming later. Is what I assume it would be. But we haven't gotten any confirmation on what any of the rewards are for either. Or requirement or anything. We don't even know what chapter they are. Actually, that's not true. We do know one of them is chapter 1. Which gives even more credence to a Hopeport teleport. Or potentially to equipable potion, depending on how you look at it. But, one of them is almost guaranteed a Hopeport quest. The other one could literally be any chapter. And the main reason we know that is they actually been working on a new Hopeport quest for a little while now. So one of those 2 is almost guaranteed that Hopeport quest then. And then the other one is for a different chapter, probably. Just so they don't do a double Hopeport. Though do keep in mind, if it's not in Chapter 1 and 2, it is going to be members locked. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do a 3 or 4 for the other one. It's one of the reasons I say it might be a venture slot. Because they might finally unlock the bricks and tiles for Chapter 4. In which case we need to go get 250 merchant really quick then. Because any quest they ever put Chapter 3 or further is members locked. Whatever feature gets added from it. Only in Chapter 1 and 2 does free-to-play get it. I wonder how that works with some of the core features in the game. Like, do free-to-play players have access to making 4-star gear if they have completed out Lost and Found? Because technically, the process of making 4-star gear is still Chapter 1 and 2 activity. You just have to complete out to Chapter 3 quest to get access to it. I wonder if anyone has tested that yet. If a free-to-play account after completing Lost and Found can complete 4-star gear or not, or can make it. Because it requires a member quest, but the actual location where you do the combining is in free-to-play. At least for Chapter 1 and 2. You've been getting gathering up for it? Yeah, I think we're going to be good now. The only thing I'm slightly concerned on is my level. The combat boss, if they do a level 70 or higher, could be a problem. If it's for Chapter 1 or 2. Oh no, we've cheesed things at half their level before. I think we could do like 20 levels below. Or 30 levels below. But that's the only thing that can kind of stop me for one of those 2 quests. He's like a 70+ level boss in Chapter 1 or 2. Because that would likely be before the combat rework. So you'd still have to deal with it with the current system. Oh, another level, 196. We're almost there. 1 level to our XP rate skyrockets. And I mean skyrocket when I say skyrocket. Not only do we get a 5% boost at 198, but also we get whatever this other boost is. If I could ever get there. We're going from the following. We're going from this to this. There's an extra 200,000 per hour. So we're getting about 15% more XP. And then 1 level later, we get another 5% on top of that. For over 20% more XP than what we're getting now. Actually, that's not true, because that 5% is already applying. No. Actually, that's true. Never mind. Because, yeah, we have a 25% tool compared to a 20. Oh, no. It's even more than that. Because we're going to have 30% bonus compared to 20% now. Which means we're getting almost a 30% bonus in total. Because we're going to be at like 20 point something percent. But it's anywhere from 26 to 30% better than what we're doing now. By the time we hit level 198 compared to 196. That's a lot of extra XP. Like almost a 1/3 increase compared to what we're getting now. Definitely at least a 4th increase. It's hard to calculate because there's a bunch of percents into other percents, but we're going to have a 30% tool instead of a 20% tool. And the activity itself is giving about 200% more XP per hour, even not accounting for that. Which is about a 15% increase on its own. Not counting the stacking effect of the tool also adding more to it. But unfortunately, that's a level or 2 away from now. Just stick with these until 197. Oh, so I'm considering after we do get 197, I might just do 1 level on them. And then once we get to 190, I grab the weapon, or grab the tool upgrade. Then we go back to Carpentry and do the final 2 levels after then. Just so we don't have to double backtrack there. Not like it matters that much, it only takes like a minute. But make it so I don't have to double backtrack to this area. We'll also have to single backtrack there. Because otherwise I'd have to go there at 197, do woodcutting for 1 level, go teleport all the way over there just to buy an axe upgrade, then go walk all the way back to Pines to go do 2 levels then. Meaning we'd come back here literally just for the 5% upgrade, which isn't bad to go do. Oh no, we could still do that. It's not horrible. It does cancel out almost all the benefit we gain from the 5% weapon though, or the tool upgrade, I mean. Almost any benefit it would have given is almost going to be completely deleted by us going over there in the first place. Given that we only have to do 2 levels. Obviously, post 200 it would pay for itself and some multiple times over. But at 5% is close to only like 1 or 2% with how much time it takes for us to actually go buy it just for 2 levels. Which is kind of ironic, but it makes up for it at post 200 multiple times over. Only reason it seems almost not worth it is just because of the level range. Because we're getting so little XP till our next level up. Because we're there for under an hour. Gosh, we're so close. We're a single-digit number away. Only 9 levels to go. 4 woodcutting and 5 carpentry. And woodcutting's free the second we hit 197. And carpentry is the only one that's kind of concerned. But worst comes to worst, we're just going to have to do like half an hour or an hour of buying oaks. And that should cover the rest. Or worst comes to worst, we could just train some skills from Hopeport. Just dump the knowledge into it. Which is also an option. Get a head start on tomorrow. Because I'm going to be doing it off-stream. After I grab dinner, the first thing I'm doing off-stream is working on Chef and or Fisher and or Forger. Because we finally have the money to go upgrade our tools now for Forger. Something we didn't have before. Because we're still running level 0 tool. I literally have the absolute bare minimum. Not only does this one have an upgrade, and this one have an upgrade in like a few levels, or 1 level or something. Which I think is literally 1 level. Yeah, or sorry, 2 levels. But I also have them at 0% right now. We're going to buy them all their tool upgrades, plus get them to level 10. Which we finally have the money for now. Thanks to carpentry. More so woodcutting carpentry. Carpentry itself does not make money. But woodcutting carpentry does. Another set down. Not quite at the knowledge point yet. And when we do, I think that's a carpentry level right there. If it's not, honestly, I feel like just putting a little bit of XP in there just at the next threshold. Because if that's not a level, that is so close to the bar. After we double knowledge it. But I think the game plan right now is do 1 more level of woodcutting on this, bank everything, go do 1 level on pine, then teleport all the way over. Well, technically not teleport. Well, I guess. I don't know. We could probably just walk there based on where we're at. But get 188 now, and then go do all the carpentry. It just saves having to go back there too many times. It also allows us to get slightly better knowledge rate when we do the final 2 woodcutting level. Because that should give us at least 2 knowledge or so to dump into Carpenter for slightly better XP rate. Because we'll be dumping into like a 198 or 199 or something instead of a 195. Yeah, this rate we'll basically be done with the tutorial for every skill. Not the level 20 tutorial, but the level 200 tutorial. And then we can start playing the game again. That's the whole reason I want to get all the skilling out of the way first. So when future updates happen in combat and just everything in general, we're already going to have all the more tedious grinds done. So we can focus on actually just playing the game. When they release like mini games and PvP and bosses, raids, stuff like that. We'll have most of the skilling components already done. I'd still have to do some skilling grinds, obviously. Because 500 all is never happening. So there'll always be some need to grind here and there. But a lot of like the core grinds would already be done for everything by the time content like that starts coming out. No, that's not what I wanted. Gosh, I hate trees hitboxes sometimes. Because whenever they're faded like that, they lose their upper hitbox. And they only have the main trunk hitbox. Like, depending on how much of the tree you can see, changes how much hitbox there is. Like, if we can see the whole tree, the whole thing is a hitbox now. But if we only see this much, only the trunk is the hitbox. You can't even hit on, like, one of these. Doesn't count as a hitbox anymore. Which is annoying because you have no control over when it fades unless you like change your camera angle or something. Just something like a vertical. Oh, so I wonder if anyone plays like this. I feel like this would be really hard to play with over a long period of time. Like full vertical mode. The only reason I bring it up is the trees will never despawn if we do it this way. But if you do it at an angle, they despawn. Yeah, just notice how all of them are all bushy. But when you change your camera angle down, boom, 2 trees are dead. That wasn't anywhere near 196. Or shouldn't they say nowhere's near, but nowhere's near as far as I thought it would be. Oh, so we might not get this last tree in time. Go, 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 go! Before the first one respawns. You got this? No! That's not too big a deal. I just have to grab 5 on the final cycle rather than 4. Unfortunate. Yeah, we're ranked 97 now. Let's see, what rank are we ending on? Roughly. About to pass Zero Jewel. I wonder if he's been on recently. Let's see. We're gonna get, what is that? 5, 4, 9 more levels, which means we'll be 651. So we'll be tied with this guy, 93rd. That's where we're staying for a while, though. Unless we ever come back here for post 200. Because the only time I'm gaining any levels between then and then is 500 Scout. But that's not happening until after combat rework and probably after 500 Guard. Actually, that's not true. I probably am doing 200 all first and then doing 500, 500, 500, 500. Just in case we change our mind on how we want to go about 500s. As it will probably start by doing 200 Guard, 200 Scout, 200 Mines and Matubin, so we have true 200 all. And then after that, we figure out what we're doing for 500s after that. Either if we're going to do all, or Chronopolis first, or a mix of them, or what on earth it's going to be. As it currently stands, I plan on doing all, though. I plan to do 200 all before 500 all, though, for combat. Just to have true, actual 200 all by then. Instead of just, like, pseudo 200 all. I want to have true, legit 200 all. Hey, come on, a fourth of a bar to go. And then our XP rate goes 15% higher immediately. Actually, I say that, given I'm going for the Forager supplies, I just realized it's actually going to be almost the same XP rate. If I grab the Forager stuff. Oh, I know, I gotta grab it though. I can't just not grab the Forager supplies. They're all 0 tiles and good XP rate. It saves us so much time in having to do Forager later. So much so, I'm definitely doing 208 woodcutting before I do 208 forager. As 208 woodcutting gives us part of what we even need for 208 forager. Not all of it. But it brings us to like 204, 205 or something. Like almost completed. And I'll just do dandelions for the rest. So we can do it for fear potions when we need it for alchemy. When I say fear potions, I mean the 12-minute fears. Because I'm going to have to do that from 219 all the way to 238. Then whatever Arborite plus 80s I still have. Because I do believe I still have like 300 something of those banked. And the reason I'm not doing it now is I want to maximize how much of the plus 4 boost potion we can make AFK. Actually, I need to go get that AFK activity unlocked. I think after I finish 200 all non-combat, that's the first thing I dump my knowledge into. Is to get the alchemy AFK so I can go do it already. The only reason I haven't been is we need like 20 something knowledge. And that's like a day-long project and how much knowledge I need. Because we're at 22 and we need to get to 37, so we need 15 knowledge. Actually, that's not too bad. It's like 5 hours at most. But it's still like 5 hours of knowledge being dumped only into alchemy AFK. But after 200 all non-combat, that's what we'll be putting it on, for sure. Because I want to do that before the price hike of trading comes out. One less thing to worry about. Also, it's a really easy to get to AFK location. It also allows you to transition potions whenever you need, as it's already at the potion location. Which is very convenient. Ah, we're nearly there. Come on, get there, get there, get there. I want my new tree. I just realized I didn't get any caffeine today. I only got waters. Got through my third water already. I've still been trying to cut down on caffeine. I've been drinking a lot more of it since Brighter Shores. Not like a lot. But like a few cans a week rather than like one a week at max before. My caffeine intake has definitely gone up a little bit. Oh, please tell me this log is enough XP. What do I feel like it's not going to be? I need 4,000. How much are we getting per? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I refuse. I'm literally dropping this one log just to grab it. We can survive with one on the ground. Oh, I forgot. I didn't grab all the trees. I was like, oh, why isn't it spawning yet? I see why. Alright, there we go. Now we have 197. And there we go. Sturdy pine log. Unfortunately, 200 carpentry, even though you get a 197 woodcutting. So we can't do this until we actually finish our maxing goal. However, this is such better XP. We're still going for it right now. Oh, he's going for the scout grind. Nice. We were talking about that earlier. I'm going to do this without a fear potion, just because I'm doing it for one level right now. If I come back later for the other level, I'll probably do it with fear. But we're only here for one quick level, so I'm not going to bother with the fear pot. So unfortunately, I don't think we can another gatherer level up to 200 when we do this here. Would be cool if we did, but we're definitely not going to be able to reach it. But it's fine, because we don't get anything better from it until 208 anyways. No, the 5% pot, come back! Yeah, the only thing annoying about this is 4 manual clicks, though I do like the gameplay loop. I really like the gameplay loop of this room. But 4 manual clicks is a little rough. Still my favorite tree, though. Out of this 200 woodcutting grind, I would say this tree has grown to be my favorite tree. Because before it would have been like 4th or 5th place. I would say this is my favorite tree gameplay loop-wise in the game. I like the little bit of gather that it has with it for free. And all of them are 0 tile as well, which is nice. Every gatherer node in this room is 0 tile. Reminds me a lot of Bone Spike in that regard. And that while doing Suave and Bone Spike, it's all 0 tile. The problem with that is the Suaves are so annoying to get to. Whereas these used to stay in the one room the entire time. The only annoying part is banking. Alright, there is only one slight issue with my plan. Normally I would use the Fear Potion in order to grab that tree. There's a problem. I can't do that. Which means I should probably just like immediately do retreat, I guess? And then grab the tree? We should probably just get a Fear Potion, to be honest. I just figured we'd need it for so little XP that by the time I get a Fear Potion, it's not even worth it. Because we only have to go do what we just did, like, 3 more times. I don't think it's worth going and grabbing a Fear Potion just for that. There we go, carpentry level, nice. That's all those leaves just coming out of nowhere. Oh, is that a 500 carp cape? Ooh. There's something I don't understand, though. Doing 500 carp before 500 woodcutter? I know a lot of people did it for a leaderboard, but still. It is something we will never do in this account, though. I will never sacrifice valuable resources or doing something in an extremely inefficient order just to get a leaderboard. Like, let's say Armor Maker requires Delver to be able to do function. Like, let's say you need it for like Bone Right Armor or something. If that's the case, we would definitely do 500 Delver before we'd ever do 500 Armor Maker. We wouldn't just rush 500 Armor Maker without it. No, the misclick. Good old tree hitbox. The problem with these is they're so thin. So whenever their tree disappears, like the top of the tree, The hitbox is actually really, really small. Like right here it's large because you click on like any part of the tree, but then it disappears and you lose all that hitbox. And you only have this like little sliver in the middle. Let me get it, let me get it, let me get it! No! I'm so tempted just to gear up and just pass action them and just kill one quickly. Luckily we only have to do that like 2 or 3 more times. Honestly, I'm about to go source a different log at this point. Because without a fear potion, that log is so pointless to take. I have it routed in my fear potion route. But without fear potion, it is so not worth going for. I think I found a solution. If I just grab all 3 of these now, and then grab 1, 2, we should be fine. Because I have to grab a 3rd tree here. Which is slightly off route, but it's better than having to grab that tree. And that way on our way back, we only have to grab that tree once. Oh, there is one problem with that, though. It makes my fruits a little bit off. Because I will need to drop the fruits at a different time than we normally would. I guess the solution to that is grab that tree on final run. On the very last run, grab that tree over there in the adjacent room. Rather than grabbing the fear tree. As without a fear potion, we cannot grab the fear tree. If only there were equipable potions and we didn't have to go to a bank every time we needed more potions. Because that's another thing that you get from equipable potion. Beyond it not keeping up your inventory, you also don't have to go and bank your potions every time you want a transition potion. Like if I want to transition from chapter 2 to 3, once equipable potions exist, you should just be able to. Like you just walk from chapter 2 to 3. Because now you have to, in the current state of the game, you have to teleport to chapter 1. And then teleport to chapter 3. So that you can go grab your XP pots that you need. But with a equipable potion, you no longer have to go back to chapter 1 every time you want to switch out what potion setup you have. Like right now we need to be running fear plus XP pots. But we can't because the it would take too much time to go grab the fear for how little benefit it would give us. If we were to camp this for a while, like when we do 198 to 200, we will. But this level range is not worth. Alright, 2 more sets of these and we should be good to go. And then we'll get our 5% axe. Go do carpentry for every single one of the ash planks we got earlier. And then see where on earth our carpentry level is. Oh no, that's not the tile I wanted! I misclicked! I was trying to click on him. Oh, that would have been a free skip. No! I middle clicked on the wrong tile. Oh, I forgot. There's that triple respawn that you get here, too. So we can technically grab that tree right now. I'm not going for it, though. I'm going for the side tree. Just so it doesn't mess up when we drop something. Because those had to be dropped there instead of there because we had 1 extra log. I'm just going to grab the log on the last cycle from the side room. It's not that big a deal. It's not that far away. It's like, what, 3-4 tiles out of the way? But I will grab the fear potion for when we camp it for 2 level, though. That's going to be long enough where it's actually going to matter. But I got to get the carp grind in first. As when we go back and do carpentry, that will be the final carpentry we do, pretty much. Anything else we do either has to be knowledge or buy it from the shop. I will still do all these pines, but these are post 200, so they don't help us at all to get 200. So even though we're still going to do them, they're not required for the main goal of 200. Is it this set or next set? I think it's this set. I need to go grab the other tree. This one technically respawned. I can go for this instead. Oh, that other thing didn't respawn though. Because that shouldn't be bad for our next cycle, I don't think. We'll find out when it messes everything up. But it shouldn't mess anything up. I just realized doing it like this still makes it so we have to drop this awkwardly. It hasn't actually changed. Right, 2 more trips to go. Oh, so was that 4 people in one combat room? That room is crowded. I thought they changed the cap per room. Yeah, it's a 4-person room. Wow. That's a really crowded room. Yeah, 3.5 carpentry levels to go. Soon to be 2 woodcutting level. Who knows, maybe we'll get the gatherer level. I don't think so, though. We're getting far less gathering speed than we are woodcutting from this. Like, far, far less. Mostly because there's no tool applying to the fruit. That's the main thing that's making the XP discrepancy. Because right now we have 25%, soon to be 30% on the tree. Whereas the plant has 0%. Of course, not counting the potion. But not counting the potion, the plant is at 0% and the tree is at 25, soon to be 30%. Which is why there's such a big disparity between them, even though there's only 8 level difference. That's all coming in from the woodcutting tool. The power of upgrading your tools. Though it kind of doesn't help when the thing that you're gathering has no possible upgrade. Yeah, the 7% is hopefully enough to carry us to a level here. That'd be very unfortunate for like 3 logs short. So much so, I'm almost considering using a 5% as soon as that expires. Alright, it's the last one we get on our bonus. Yeah, I gotta do it. I'm too tempted. I normally wouldn't here, but this should save us from having to do another trip. Or from dropping a few. There we go, 198. Nice. Maybe we didn't need the 5%. We probably would have been fine without it. There we go, axe upgrade. So when these trees gonna respawn? Worst comes to worst, I could just grab everything in the other room. Alright, since we're teleporting anyway... actually, you know what? I shouldn't have done it that way then. I'm actually not teleporting. Because I forgot, we're like the same distance here than we are from the teleporter. If anything, the teleporter is even further. Let's go head back. And we got to do carpentry on every last ash plank we got earlier. Or ash log into plank. So I realized if we were a little short, I technically could have just gotten a few more ash planks while we're heading over there, but oh well. Alright, let me go remember to go buy the axe upgrade. And then we'll do every last ash plank in our bank. And this is the final of our carpentry supplies on the 200 grind. Everything else either needs to be bought from the shop or, oh wow, 2 gold? That's expensive. Still gotta do it though. But everything else either has to be bought from the shop or done with knowledge. Let's see where we are. How many do we have? I think we have like 300 something, I want to say. Of course, we finished them all earlier. Yep, 326, and we got 110 pines. Though we can't use the pine until after 200. And then we'll go back to sell 1, bank 1, sell 1, bank 1. And it should last us for about 1 hour of carpentry, which should bring us to about, counting knowledge, it should bring us to about 199. And ideally, getting from 198 to 200 woodcutting gets us the rest of the way then, just off of knowledge. You've been doing Poplar with Thistle? Yeah, if your 2 things are around the same level range, it's worth doing. The problem is the Thistle doesn't get an upgrade till way later, so sometimes your level disparity is too high to do them. But yeah, doing Poplar only is really bad. But Poplar or combining it with Gatherer is not that bad. You just have to have a gathering material that's near the range. Otherwise, you should pretty much just skip Poplar. But there are some level ranges of Gatherer where you get really good value on them. A lot of the Thistles are 0 tile. The Chestnuts are also pretty close to 0 tile. If they're around your level range. Yeah, luckily just go pretty quick, so it should only take an hour to do 300 something. It sounds like a lot, but it should only be an hour of them. And it should get us to 198 at bare minimum. The problem is getting our last like level 1.5 in there. Because we don't have any good way of doing that. As the knowledge from 198 to 200 woodcutting will not be enough. But the game plan is just to buy oaks. Just buy a bunch of oaks and do it for like 1 level. At most you should only burn like 1/3 of a gold. Also, it feels like you can get so many more logs per hour compared to carpentry. The short one is actually higher. The logs definitely feel higher. How close is Nat to getting 500? Should be pretty close by now. Yep, he's almost there. I think the only thing he's missing is, what, combat, right? Oh no, he did combat. He hasn't done Gatherer yet. Oh. That's weird. Yeah, Gatherer is the one he's doing that last, not combat. For 500 all forest. Also, the 500 all that will take the absolute longest is definitely Chapter 3. It's not even close. I think Chapter 3 would quite literally take double the time of Chapter 4 to get 500 all in. Not just because it has an additional skill, but just because how much slower it is. You'd almost see that as well. Because the first person to get 200 all in Chronopolis was done like a week or two ago. And that was, of course, 2000. But if you compare that to where the other one is right now. Yeah, pretty much. It's almost like half. Yeah, it's crazy how slow this is. Though whenever raids come out, you would definitely want someone like that on your team. Someone with 500 bone right smithing and stonemason. Though realistically, you kind of wouldn't. Because whenever raids do come out and you do, if you do have to do some kind of merging mechanic with those three, like yeah, you have to already. You just need one guardian with 500 bone right, one hammer mage with 500 stonemason, and then one crown knight with 500 smithing, and you'd be fine. Like, as cool as it is on having on one account, there's going to be a lot of ways to bypass it. Especially if you enable trading. It's simply just the concept of enabling trading will automatically bypass it as well. Because I don't feel like most people are going to get more than one of the three. You're generally going to just get one really high and keep the other two relatively low. The only exception is if you're staying in Iron Man mode. In which case you do eventually need to get 500 all. Which I assume anyone who's going for that grind right now is staying Iron Man. Like forever. Because then you will need 500, 440, 440. So you can make 4-star 500 weapon and shield. But mostly weapons. So it's amazing how much slower carpentry is. We shouldn't have done woodcutting. It gave me a taste of what good EXP rate is. We had to for the ash planks though. I don't know, so to some degree I still don't want to go buy the oaks later. We really should though. I kind of just want to knowledge it up completely after we run out of planks. We'd only have to scrap together like 7 knowledge. It's still so much though. Compared to the alternative, which is literally just train it for like half an hour. So once we finish these, I do want to do a plank check. Because whatever those planks are is all the shields we have for the rest of the time, pretty much. Unless we want to buy more from trading. Or go whatever way to make some more later. To some degree, I almost want to go back to the ash trees, even though we have the better XP rate for woodcutting. Just because in the long run, we're not going to need that many pines. In the short term, what we're going to have is fine. But in the long term, if we do any amount of post 200, every single one of those pretty much is going to be sold. Because we already banked enough. I still find it crazy to try to get 500 in this skill, though. Honestly, any skill. But particularly this skill. Even though we keep moving the goalposts. First it was 32, then it was 50, then it was 200. Then it was 216. And then down the line it's like, oh, we should probably go get max at some point. At the door just rang, the dog's going crazy. I assume it's just a package. I don't think we're expecting anything. It's definitely not my package. Haven't ordered anything in like weeks. Actually, the last thing I ordered was a Steam Deck, oddly enough. We got like, what, 2 weeks ago? Prior to that, it was water because I forgot to get it when I went shopping. It wasn't necessarily that I forgot it, I just didn't realize we didn't have water at the house. You know what? I probably should have delayed this until we got all the way to level. It's not too big a deal, though. But if we waited until we had 197, we would have gotten slightly better XP for it. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go for the 2 higher XP rates rather than doing ash. Go for the high XP rate for woodcutting. We just bank them for 200, and I'll probably just do them off stream. And do Carpenter off of just oaks. Which we're gonna have to buy every last oak, but that's fine. There we go, 197. 5 levels to go. 2 woodcutting, 3 carp. Ooh, we don't get a better AFK activity till 306. That's rough. I was checking this because we need those 315 investigations. But we don't get a better AFK until 16 levels. That is so far away. Because our only XP coming in is through the venture. It's not worth doing the raid den because it's way too it's way too much penalty. We could do investigations, I guess, technically. Yeah, 306. That is so far away. Because at some point I need to do the 315 investigation all the way to 344 before we continue combat in the area. So it still feels weird in areas like this. Because pretty much any area we ever go into like this, we're generally going to be the highest level in it. You know, whenever we go to some of the more populated, dense areas, like let's say like Merchant or something, like we'll still see a person like every 10 minutes higher level than us. Yeah, we can stay here for like the entire day and not see a single person. Just because Zone 2 in particular tends to have a lot lower level range people. The main people camping this area are people going for like 500 all forest or something. You don't tend to see too many people wide farming here. They come here, do their grinds like we're doing, and then as soon as they hit 200s, they're out of here. Almost never to return. Which I guess technically our case after today. There'll be some exceptions to that, but yeah, we're pretty much never coming back to Chapter 2. Pretty much until the combat rework when we need to go do Scout. But beyond that, we are not going to be back for a while. But it tends to be a lot of people that have high total. Unless you're Guardian, you really almost never come back here for your Cryonite or Hammer Mage. Or at least your need to is way lower. I just realized that guy's name is the Bee's Knees. A Black Spike? Let's see, is that me? I think that was the game. Because Old School RuneScape didn't lag and the stream didn't lag. Well, technically the stream lagged in the sense that the game was lagging, but you know what I mean. The stream itself did not lag. That was the game. Having a quick little heart attack. Yeah, I don't think that was my end. Because old school RuneScape didn't lag at all during the... Gotta fix those servers. And that's that the other day too. Like every single day it's been doing that recently. Or for like a random few seconds it kind of like freezes up. But a mega lag spike. Speaking of which, it's got 6-hour logs. Oh, come on. 11 days of membership left. We got 11 days to play Ultra RuneScape until we can never play it again. At least not for a little bit. Gotta get our filling in the next 11 days. I would love to if we ever got the beaver pet. So we could actually play the game again. But after 11 days, I'm just keeping it free to play for a while. Right, 2.5 levels to go. Come on, get there. Looks like we'll get to about 198.5. Which means we need to scrap together 6 knowledge and or buy the rest, whatever we need. Because I'm trying to think of how much knowledge we get to in 198 woodcutting. I want to say 3 knowledge points? Which means we would need 198 and a fourth. Or sorry, 199 and a fourth, I mean. For carpentry. So today I check after all this how many planks we have. If I had to guess, it should be around 1,004, 1,500. Which sounds like a lot, but this does have to last us for basically the rest of time. As they go all the way from 199 to nearly max. The only time we wouldn't use this material is if we actually legitimately need a 500, level 500 4-star shield. It's pretty much the only time we wouldn't use this material. Hey, Kale's here. And he's gone. Hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the like. Greatly appreciate it. Hope your week's been going well. Oh, so today does not feel like a Tuesday. I keep forgetting today's Tuesday. It feels like a day that is not Tuesday. I'm not sure what day, but it doesn't feel like a Tuesday. I think it feels like a Wednesday. I think that's the problem. Yeah, let me go check. I'm going to check again at the end, but I want to see how many we have right now. That's not bad. Oddly enough, lower than the other tier. Though in all fairness, we do use the tier 4s before we use the tier 5s. You live tomorrow already? Oh yeah, if you what time zone are you? Are you Australian time zone? Because I know there's quite a few people who play Gems of War that are in that time zone. Because that's where the game originated from as well. ST has like a really high skew to Australia time zone. Since it has Australian devs. Because yeah, right now in Australia... Oh, EU, that makes sense. Because Australia right now, it's like morning of tomorrow already. Like Australia right now, it's like 6 or 7 a.m. or something. But that makes sense, EU, Netherlands. It's already past midnight? Oh gosh. And my sleep schedule's still kind of been all over the place recently. Really need to get back to normal. Though I'm probably not fixing it tonight. Honestly, I'm in a really munchy mood right now. The first thing I'm doing once we finish this 200-200 grind is I'm just going to go just make so much food. Not sure what we have in the fridge these days, though. I just need to go food shopping next Monday. But whatever we have left, I'm just gonna eat it all. Because I'm in such like above average hunger right now compared to normal. But we will not stop until 200, 200. We're pretty much there. It's like 2 hours max. So I've been trying to stay away from eggs lately just because they've been going up in price and everything. Because one of my favorite things to do is just a bunch of different egg dishes. It just pairs so well with everything. But now that they've been going up, I've been using them so much more conservatively. It's just not worth it. Been eating a lot more salad lately. Because of that. Not that I didn't already eat a lot of salad, but even more so than normal. Because those are generally my go-to, like, don't feel like cooking much, just something easy kind of route. Either something egg-based or just throw together a salad with the random stuff. So I'm almost out of water. I'm already down like 3 waters. Working on the 4th one. I need to get like a mini fridge for the room. It needs to be a silent one though. I feel like they make way too much noise. I need like a silent little mini fridge. And just stock it with water. Wait, did I not click trade? Whoops. I made that mistake in a while. I suddenly clicked talk to instead of trade. Yeah, we're almost out. After this, the final 100. And then we gotta buy oaks until we get to whatever range we need. Which shouldn't cost us that much. What's up, hello, Luke? Welcome, welcome. You're about to get 200 carpentry, the only skill you're high fire. Oh, was that you on leaderboard? We were actually looking at it earlier. Because we're now Hope Far's top double-digit number. Oh, we passed Zero Jewel. We also have added. But let me check Carpenter. Because they're checking how many people had 200. And yeah, it's 96, soon to be 97. Yeah, I don't plan to get it too much above 200 anytime soon, though. I do eventually need 216, but after all this carpentry, I'm not going to feel like doing that for a while. You're a Tarek in game? Where are you here, then? Tarek. Which I guess I could do it over here. Compare. It doesn't say... Oh, I did with a K instead of a C. Oh, it still doesn't show it. Wait, what? I guess you're not on leaderboard. You're an opt-outer. Oh, 8 gold. That is going to be going down immediately. That will not last long. We had nearly 10 gold earlier today, and it already has gone down. It's going to go down even more. Oh yeah, EFF. Don't we have you added then? Because we had you added a while back. Yeah, Tarek, there you are. Oh, maybe it's case sensitive then. I should be able to see on my friend leaderboard then. If I go to friends and go to, I don't know, Carpenter, I guess. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, let me go check you on total then. Oh, yeah, I can just click on this to bring it up. There we go. Oh, you also have a higher watch person detective than me. Oh, wow, you have absurdly high watch person detective. Have you just been AFKing them like crazy? Though based on your level, that does show some amount of investigations being done. Yeah, I still need to get detective up. We were talking about it earlier. We need to get to 306 so we can do the AFK to 315 so we can train it to 344. Before the combat rework, ideally. Or at least sometime before we hit to Chronopolis combat. That way when we need to do the raid den at 344, we'll be able to. Probably even do it at a lower level range. Depending on how the combat rework works, might be able to do that at like 310 or 320 combat. Of course, you're hard locked by detective level though. You can do it early if you are strong enough combat wise. Like we don't need 344 combat. Might be able to get away with 330 after the rework. Even a little lower. I'm trying to deliberately not use my point here and hoping that the logs that we have banked will get us to 198 before I dump the knowledge. This also allows us to do it with oaks, which would be better value than doing it on ash. But yeah, I think the game plan at this point is do every last ash plank we have. Buy oaks till we get to 199 carpentry. Do woodcutting all the way to 200. And if we're somehow not 200 carpentry by then, we just dump the rest into doing oaks until we have it. And we should be good to go. And that's slightly less than 1 hour of woodcutting and less than 1 hour of carpentry then. And we will have our glorious 500, or I wish, 200, 200, I mean. I almost said 500, 500, I wish. I'm still not sure what our first 500 is going to be. Oddly enough, depending on how we go about it, it's actually going to be 500 guard. Which I'm not sure how I feel about that. But despite my guard level being my lowest level right now, it might actually be my first 500. Given how the combat rework works. This would be the most beneficial combat to do first. So there is a small non-zero chance that my lowest skill right now will be our first 500 somehow. But it's likely going to be the case. Hey, Liquid Snake is here. Snake has returned. He's dancing. Yeah, originally my first 500 was going to be watch person. And I still want it. But, I don't know, I want the keep so badly, it just doesn't work in the right order. Like, I need it sometime before Chapter 5. But given how the new combat system will work, it'll probably be the last one we go for. Not the last 500, but you know, the last of the combats. As we'll do guard and scout, then mind fighter, then watch person. Then detective. Because by that point, detective's going to be like level 470 or something. If not max. Like getting 500 watch person is going to be at least 470 detective. So at that point, we might as well also do detective. So we already kind of know our maxing order. Well, it could be slightly variant based on a couple factors. It's likely going to be guard, scout, mind fighter, watch person, detective, miner, blacksmith. But it will be beyond that, I have no clue. But those are likely our first 7 500s in that order. And I hope to have all that done before Stonewall Hill comes out. As well as getting at least 322 merchant, 310 leatherworker, and whatever else I guess we can get in the others. Those are the only ones I really care about before Chapter 5. 500 guard, scout, mind fighter, watch person, detective, miner, blacksmith in that order. And then 322 merchant and 310 leatherworker. And if we have spare time, we'll keep doing merchant leatherworker. But that's the master plan for Chapter 5. And all the skills that would basically be at only 200 would be Chef, Fisher, Forger, Alchemy, Gatherer, Woodcutter, Carp, Bonewright, Stonemason. Are basically staying at 0. And by 0, I mean 200. And by 200, I mean close to 200. The 201 Gatherer. Oh, we got 198. I can use my thing now. Oh wait, that gave me a lot more XP than I thought it would by that point. Oh, anytime to do an emo, I keep checking chat thinking that's a message. That I missed. I didn't realize it's just the emote. I do have to say, the Christmas tree and green aesthetic fits really well for this chapter. As Joe was there earlier, I think it was No Creamy, who was mentioning he's changing his hat based on every single activity he's doing. And he's going to be wearing the Christmas tree hats for all the forest activities. It definitely makes sense. It definitely matches the atmosphere. Your cape order is going to be Detective, Watch Person, Woodcutting, Gatherer, Carpenter, Bonewright, Guard. Yeah, it's definitely good to go do all 3 of the Gatherers for Bonewright before you do Bonewright. Oops, what am I doing? I want to bank these. I really should prioritize the gathering skills a bit more. I do plan to in the long term. It's just in the short term, we're basically prepping for combat rework and then just going all in on combat rework. Then we're prepping for Chapter 5. But then if we do consider doing 500 all Chapter 5, after that we'll consider branching out. As long as Builder is not awful, I will be doing 500 all Chapter 5. Assuming Builder is actually good. Otherwise, it might just be combat as the only 500 there. You just get 200 everything else. Oh no, Armor Maker does eventually need to be 500 though too. And if we're already doing 2, similar to Chronopolis, you might as well do all 4. If you're already maxing out 2 of the 4, you might as well just go all the way. Especially if Delver feeds into Builder and or Armor Maker. Because you might need it for Bone Right Armor. And you might also need it for various supplies for Builder. That's the main thing we don't currently know right now. Is how much of Delver dips into Builder and Armor Maker. Because if the answer is a lot, then we definitely have to 500 all there. But the main thing that's still up in the air is the overall viability of Builder. For all we know, it could be like one of the worst skills in the game. But it could also be the most useful one out of anything in the game. We don't know. It could be anything from the worst to the best. We don't really know until it happens. We're almost out of planks. After the next set, we'll move over to oak. Which is what I'm saving the 7% pot for. But hey, we're at 198, 198. 2 to go. On both sides. So close yet so far. Oh, so we're going to need to do so little oaks. I thought we'd have to buy a lot. We're probably going to have to do like a few inventories and that's it. Though we will be burning everything we touch. Oh, hey, a high level. I was just saying, I haven't been seeing that many high levels here. Oh, he's doing the AFK activity. Ooh. That's interesting. AFK and Carp. That is worth it. It's just weird to be seeing a Cryo Knight doing that. Like a Guardian, that would make sense. A Hammer Mage, that would make sense. I just don't feel like Cryo Knights really need a really high Carp. The only exception to that is if our two-handed battle axe is good. As it's the slowest hitting Necromay weapon. So we might get like an absurdly good spec weapon for Necromay. But beyond that, there isn't really much that needs a super high carpentry for Cryo Knight. The only other thing I could think of is yellow weapons. But there's nothing really viable enough in the game that's weak enough to yellow to justify going out of your way to make a set of yellow weapons for them. Compared to just doing physical damage instead. Alright, it's the final ash planks. Oh no! We're out after this. We have used every single last pre-200 carpentry supply. Though honestly, we got a lot closer than I thought. If you count the knowledge point we have, we are only 1.5 levels short. That is way closer than I initially anticipated. It's not that bad at all. But we are still ultimately a level and a half short though. I'll do half the level off of oak and then hope we get the rest while doing gather woodcutting. We're only about 1 million XP off, which sounds like a lot, but it's not that much. Given the XP rate is almost 1 mil an hour. Like if we do the oaks, I think it's like 900k an hour, not even counting XP bonus. Not counting knowledge. Counting both, it's over 1 mil an hour. So I'm dropping them just so I can get the XP in quicker. So hopefully we can do all these real quick. Then I sell what I have, pick up the rest from the ground, and go bank them. And then we'll start doing the oak shuffle. I'm sure I need to do it like twice, maybe even just once. Or I'll buy 22 oak, store 11, carpenter them all, sell them all, but grab the 11 we just stored, carpentered them all, bank them all, buy them again, repeat. I think we only have to do that set twice, as in 44. And then we'll go back to Woodcutter. Even just once might be enough. Twice might be a little overkill. Yeah, let's see the final verdict. How many do we have? This needs to last us for pretty much the rest of the time. As it goes all the way from 199 to nearly max, like 456. And as we're making a perfect 4-star 500 shield. That's like the only thing it doesn't cover. Ooh, I only have 1,500. Luckily these count for 199, so that will hold us over for a while. So I don't need to dip in these for a while. But anything post 199, we're going to be probably using these a lot. Because these only go up to 300-ish. Only. That will still go a while. Especially for our current bone rate level, that covers everything we need. Alright, let's start burning our money. I would like your entire stock of oak, please. Thank you. Yes, every last one of them. And now we bank 11. And then we sell, then we bank. And then we'll probably do one more set. Let's just get us far enough, it might be. Feels weird. I actually have to deposit instead of withdraw. That feels weird to do. Because I'm so used to have to withdraw for that. But for this, we have to deposit. It is about 20% better XP than the ash planks we were doing per hour. But we do have to burn a little bit of money to make them. It's not that bad. And most we're only burning a couple hundred silver, as we have very little we actually have to do with them. I think we can afford it with all the profit we got. At 2 gold right now. I mean 2 gold, I mean 8 gold, I mean. I saw the other number and I'm just so used to the smaller number being my my gold amount. But because the silver was smaller, I read the silver amount. That's funny. I'm so used to the gold number being so small. Feels weird when the other number is actually smaller than it. We'll throw this into carpentry. Hey, Bucket's here. Into carpentry you go. Oh, I forgot I delayed it. Let's see, put it in the carp. There we go. So close, yet so far. Doubled up the other knowledge point on it, and boom, 199. There's nothing better we could do, right? Yeah, oak is the highest we could do right now. Because pine you can't do to 200. Which I do plan to do all my pines off stream. As well as whatever I get on the 200 woodcutting grind. I won't be doing them on stream though. But I will get them done after I grab dinner. Sometime later tonight. That bank will be completely empty by the time tomorrow's stream starts. Just so we don't have to worry about it ever again for a while. Snake is keeping guard, watching out the window. Yeah, that's nice. We can actually one-click it, because we're putting in exactly 11. Whenever we come to withdraw them, we can just click withdraw all. Since the 11 is the entire total that's left. Which saves 1 click. Not really that big a deal, but helps a little bit. I'm hoping this gets us far enough. Do I do another set? I might have to. If I do another set, I might have to do another 2 sets, though, is the problem. Yeah, I'm gonna do another 22 after this set. Might even store our knowledge just in case it goes far enough. Actually, no, I'll use it because I'll use it with a 7% on our next set after we go bank these. Yeah, my bud's here as well. A little party going on. Oh, so this room always has a way higher capacity than it looks like. Like, you look at this room, it's like, okay, about 8 people are here. And then you check this, and it's like 21! There's 21 people in here right now. It's because everyone's on, like, the same 2 tiles right now. And not everyone, but, you know, there's a lot of people on that tile and a lot of people on this tile. I really wish there was keep emotes in this game. I'm actually surprised they didn't add them. I guess they didn't have an animator for the time to do that many animations. But I really hope they do an animation for every skill keep down the line. Because they have a full-time animator helping with quests. They had to come for the 200 car party. The only problem is I'm not doing it in this room, though. Is the only problem. Unless you mean your 200 carp. Because ironically, my 200 carp is going to be done at Pine Tree. Because that's the way it's going to end up ending. As despite all this carpentry, we're likely not to get the final XP from carpentry itself. But rather from knowledge while doing woodcutting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these 2 inventories are the final 2 we have to do. Everything else should be done with knowledge, I believe. We'll find out when we're like 1/4 of a meter short. Or like 199 and 3/4 or something. Close to hitting 50 miner and 60 smithing. Nice. Lost and found soon. Actually, speaking of which, I'll be doing Lost and Found twice over, probably this weekend? Or maybe on Monday? I'm not sure when the alts are getting there, but they're getting there pretty soon. They're both AFK in their final skill that they need for Lost and Found. As we speak. You're a fisher warman? Nice. Yeah, getting those ventures unlocked for fishing are really nice, because they're right on top of each other. Get a lot of free XP from it. I really need to go get them operational. I want those plus 200 ones there. In case they add a quest sometime soon where they end up doing that. Oops, I meant to actually use that XP point. Wait, cancel, cancel, cancel. There we go. Is that it? 199! Oh, we are so close. We are so, so close. But yeah, the final XP is going to be done on woodcutting, though. Well, technically woodcutting gatherer. but mostly woodcutting. Is we're only going to need 3 knowledge points, and we're definitely going to get it from that. If anything, I'm actually overshooting slightly. Oh, I do need to go back to Hopeport to go get the fear pots, though. I didn't for the 1 level, and it was really annoying. But when we go do 2 levels, I definitely got to go get the fear pot for it. Alright, this should be our last inventory of carpentry. Not ever, as I will be doing all the pines we have banked off stream. But it'll be the last one we need to do this stream to go get 200. Yeah, 3 knowledge will do it then. Perfect. Yeah, I think we're overshooting a little bit. That's fine. We're gonna have too much XP and not enough. And now 198 to 200 woodcutter is definitely 3 knowledge then. And if we have any spear, who knows? Maybe we dump it into cooking. Because I can't think of any other target I want to put it on right now. On a pre-200. Because combat's off the table, of course. And of these 3, unless I'm dumping into a skill when it's getting close to a new method, because my XP method right now, really good. We have Puffer Eel, so we don't need to put into that. Forger... I don't know, the method for Forger isn't awful right now. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Our deadest zone right now is cooking. So if we were to dump knowledge into 1 to 3, it would actually be cooking right now. As out of the area right now, this is a really good spot. Pretty much the best XP rate you can get. This is an okay spot. And this is a bad spot as far as where their XP rate is right now. So it'd make the most sense to put into Chef. It doesn't really matter what their level is. It more so matters what their XP rate is at the level range. Whereas right now we have the best option Fish has, which is Puffer Eel. We have a perfectly average option for Forager right now. It's not bad. It's not good. And right now we're in the dead zone for Chef, waiting until we get to 144. Because our best dish is currently a 120 to train it with. Unless we do contracts, of course. You know, that mechanic we keep ignoring. That we probably shouldn't be. Alright, let's go teleport to Hopeport. Oh, that's funny. We ended at 69. That means of the 120 I bought earlier, we use another 51 of them. Alright, there we go. We are out of here. That is the final carpentry we need to do today. I know the number doesn't say 200, but it will get there. That's what knowledge is for. And now we just camp pine trees until we're done doing pine into that one fruit and just dropping them on the ground. Might even get a gatherer level. They'll probably not. They'll be pretty close, though. Which doesn't really help us now, but we need to get 208 gather at some point for Chef. You need that 197 Chef. Is it worth doing that just for the final level? No. Oh, Onda and Contendo are here. Alright, let me go put these away. Let me go grab all these. I'm just gonna grab all of them. When I say all, I mean all. There we go. Now we truly have all of our potions on us. Let's teleport to the area. And let's go finish this grind. Also, I shouldn't need a fear potion this first time around. Every other cycle we will. Perfect. And now we can't pine trees for a while. Between the 5 extra % that we got from the axe as well as the tree upgrade, We're at nearly 30% better XP than our previous tree right now, which is kind of insane. Because not only does this tool have 10% more bonus, but it also is a better tree. The only downside of this is you can't Carpenter in this until 200, which is obviously our end goal. I will off-stream be doing all of these. I'm just not going to bother doing it on-stream. We did enough. I'll do it after we grab dinner. I will do it today. Just not on-stream today. But it will be done by tomorrow. It's just going to be the same thing we've already been doing, just for these. And I do plan to bank most of them. I'll probably sell a few, though. But I do want to bank most of them. So when we do the post 200 grind, I get to sell all of them. So I always keep forgetting. You can always queue this tree. I always only do the 4 queue there, but you can actually do a 5th. If this tree is respawned by then, which it normally would have. Oh gosh, it feels so nice getting a good XP rate. After doing carpentry, then doing literally anything that isn't carpentry, it always surprised me when the XP just starts shooting up. Like an actual real XP rate on a skill that isn't like one of the slowest in the entire game. And this is with no XP pot either. Most because this cycle has no downtime. It'd be worth it if you were like chugging a 10% pot. But I don't think most people are going to bother doing that. Like, I'm definitely not chugging the 7%, that's for sure. Though we did use a lot less 7% than I thought we would. I was expecting to use almost all these on the grind. We used like 150-ish. Way less than all. I was also planning to chug them a bit more during carpentry though. But that's fine. We can use it for other grinds here. For example, when we do the 200 scout grind, or sorry, well I guess 200 or 500. Whenever we do those, I could technically dump it into carpentry. Because woodcutting is going to go quick enough that we don't really need to do it into it, especially with how high the tool is starting to get. And gather, while it would benefit from it, I don't know, do we do it in together? Somebody might, actually. There are still some dead zones in Gatherer, where you don't gain any tool upgrade. It's not as slow as Carpenter, but it is slow. The thing with Gather and other gathering skills, though, is even if you're at like a slow XP rate, you always don't have a resource cost associated with it. The problem with something like Carpenter is there's always a resource amount that you need that you will eventually run out of. I sound like Ripperoo. Thank you, thank you. Not sure the reference, though. Also, the poll from earlier is still at over 50% both side panels, by the way. It's come down a little bit to 54%. But the poll for... we got 28 votes. Which side panel configuration do you use most commonly in Brighter Shores? 29% use no side panels. 11% use right side panel, which is what we currently do, normally. 7% on left side panel, which is the least by far. And both side panels still at 54%. I never realized so many people use both. I'm not surprised that's the highest. I'm just surprised by how much it is the highest. Like, I was expecting it to win, but at like 30% or something. The fact that it's been at like 50 to 60 the whole time is actually crazy high. It makes sense, though, having more menus to click on. It's like having some more space to actually look at. Because this is what it looks like with the smallest possible menus if you have both open. And some people do this like a little bit bigger too, so the map's bigger and everything. Also, I really hope both of these get finished at the exact same time. That would be amazing. Imagine within the same 10 seconds we can get both of them to max. That'd be the most ideal. That's what I've been trying to align for. Is get them both back to back immediately. How successful we'll be at that will be to be determined. It's hard to tell just because how much extra XP we're getting, but also the fact that we're taking all the gathering nodes, which is giving us knowledge towards Carpenter, but no XP towards woodcutting. I forgot, we got the axe upgrade. I just realized we're in all metal now. We're using a metal axe with full metal armor. Actually goes pretty well together. Just a look at him with his golden axe, which goes really well with the Carpenter cape. That's one thing I'm really hoping with the 500 armor maker cape. I'm pretty sure 500 armor maker cape is going to be the best synergy ever for Crown Knight armor. I really hope whatever it looks like looks absurdly good with full plate armor on Crown Knight. It'll probably be the main keep we're rocking after 500 watch person cape. The only problem is it's going to be the last thing I get to 500 in chapter 4. I mean in chapter 5. Which is the only sad part. Even though it's the keep I want the most in chapter 5. It is realistically to be the last thing we get to 500. Unless Builder's bad. But in that case I wouldn't even be 500 in all that chapter though. But assuming Builder is good, yeah, Armor Maker would be our last one. Because Combat would be first, Silver would be second. Builder would likely be third, and Armor Maker last. There is a chance Armor Maker would be third, but that's still to be determined. It's almost time. Also, in all this grinding, we've gained almost 2 gathering levels from doing 200 woodcutter. From what level did we start at again? I don't remember. From like 115-ish? I don't even remember, to be honest. We've been doing this for so long, I don't even know what our starting number was for Woodcutting Carpenter. No, that's been lower than that. It was under 100. Honestly, don't even remember. But during that entire grind of like 140-ish levels, whatever it was, we only gained a level and a half for Gatherer. Almost 2. It is a post 202, but it's still only 2. Because there's really only 2 activities that ever gave any. What we're doing now with Pines and Suave with Bone Spike. Which reminds me, I never checked how many Bone Spikes we got when we were doing that earlier. As we did bank every Bone Spike. There's just a good chance we banked like 400 or 500 Bone Spikes. Not sure if I'm going to bother dunking them or save them for the ults or what the plan for them are though. Because they're 1 bone below the best bone we could be doing right now. Actually 2 bones below the best bone we could be doing right now. Which is not ideal. Like, it's not awful, but it's not great. But it is the main material we need for every weapon upgrade ever, pretty much. As it covers 199 to 260. As well as some more levels than that. But it covers all the important stuff that we'll need in the near future. we're so close. We almost got the double 199. Can't believe we're almost there already. We've been working on this grind for like, what, a week now? That's pretty much the average grind now, though. It's not like a couple hour grind. It's not like a day or two grind. It's like, oh yeah, how many weeks is it going to take? Especially when we start talking about 500s. We're not measuring in days or multiple days anymore. Or hours or days. We're measuring in weeks. Like something like 500 guard, that's like a 4-week grind. Like 3 or 4 week. Depending on how we go about it. Or how power creepy the power creep of the combat overhaul is. But even at peak power creep, that's still like 3 weeks of nothing but guard. Even if they make combat like 30-40% better. Oh, I keep forgetting. No! I hate when I do that. Keep forgetting the menu stalls it. Let's see, do we have enough time? We should. Even with all the mistakes. This fear potion should last long enough for us to grab this tree and not get attacked. We have it at like perfect timing every time. We've done it enough times to know the timing. After 200, I would sure hope so. And we're in. Yeah, we made slightly too many mistakes. Normally we'd go right over there when we're already safe in the room. I took it a little early. We had like 3 mistakes during it. And ideally we don't get attacked here and don't bother using a fear pot. Perfect. Let's go dump the 7%. Alright, come on, Carpenter. Half a level to go. You're almost there. Nice. 2 more knowledge points. And we are done with the Carpenter. At this point, I'll probably just wait for the double dip. Try to get as close as we can to the 200 woodcutting. So Howard's here. He's doing the Carpenter earlier. Whatever he's doing over there. Actually, no, was he? Oh, maybe I just saw him somewhere else, because he shouldn't be doing Carpentry. He already has 500. That couldn't have been today. He's already done with Carpentry. Bit of a weird order to do it, though. 500 carp before 500 woodcutting. He's also dropping everything to the ground. You can tell because he's never banking. Which makes sense because he technically doesn't need the Carpentry XP, and the whole reason you'd bank is for Carpentry XP. So I guess that's one benefit of doing it that way. Because you can just power grind all woodcutting. You don't lose that much XP banking this one, though. There are some that you do. But this is one that you don't lose too much time on. You lose a little bit. I think you only lose like 10% XP per hour banking everything. Actually, we can check the wiki. Somewhere's here. Is the right tree I'm looking for. It is... I don't know why I can't find it. It's not on the screen. It's this one right here. Yeah, you lose... Okay, it's a little bit more than 10%. You lose about 12-ish percent. 12, 13% for banking per hour. But you're banking a lot of Carpentry XP per hour. Like, way more than the woodcutting that you're missing. But I need to go check who she's mentioning here. She says I sound like, though. Let's remember to use the fear potion here. Whole reason why we have it. Otherwise, that would be us. I just still gotta be careful with these. We gotta make these 313 last until I start making fears post 200. Which means I have to do the AFK activity to 218 before I can start making fears. I guess we don't have to, but it'd be ideal. Because I want to make as many as we can from 200 to 218 as we can. It's not required, but I want to stock up. Especially since we're going non-Iron Man mode, it matters even less. But they're just so good that I can't pass up on the opportunity to make a ton of them. At bare minimum, we got to do at least to 209, because that's when you can start making the fear potion. Though I do have like 300 arbor rays I still haven't made. You get access to it like 197. I was just gonna wait for all of them until after we get to the threshold where it would matter. Because we have a pretty big dead area from, well, it's not really a dead area. But from 209 to 238, there isn't really a good way to get there. So we AFK this to 219. And we skip this potion. And then we just start making all of our fears. We make all the arbor rays then, because that was the game plan. Was to do this potion all the way to 219. When you can have to stop doing it, you're basically forced to stop. Unless you're doing on like an alt account or something. But you're basically forced to stop doing them there. And then after that, I will go make all the arbor rays. I'll go make all the fears. And hope that we have enough bank that gets us to 238. The answer is no. But, you know, it'll get us closer. It will not get us to 208, though. I mean, not to 208. I mean, it won't get us to, that's the gather level. It won't get us to, whatever that number is. 238 was the number I was talking about. What do I mean by non-Iron Man mode? Oh, they're going to, when trading comes out, they're going to be having an official Iron Man mode, aka basically how the game is now. AKA self-sufficient without trading. But, yeah, when trading comes out, there'll basically be a split where you can choose to enable trading or keep it permanently disabled. Which I think it's technically the other way around, where you will automatically be assumed as self-sufficient accounts, because everyone basically is. But then afterwards, you have to opt in to either enable trading or not. And if you ever enable trading, you can never disable trading. So it's basically an opt-in system on if you enable trading or not, and if you do, you're permanently enabled. Yep, there we go, 199 woodcutting. 2 levels to go. We're nearly there. 1 woodcutting, 1 carpenter. It does look like I did overshoot carpentry a little. I think we're going to get 200 carpentry a little bit before we get 200 woodcutting. Unless I start skipping these plants, but even then. These plants keep giving me knowledge. Too much knowledge. But yeah, based on the polls that we did earlier, it seems like people are pretty divided on what they're going to do when trading comes out. The last poll we did was literally an even split 3 ways. And that was a stream where we had almost like 100 votes as well. Where it's almost evenly distributed between if people would do trading enabled, trading disabled, or uncertain as to what they were due. We're almost all like 1/3 each. But yeah, I do believe I have decided on I will enable trading. If we want to do things self-sufficiently, we just will. Just so we can engage with the mechanic of trading and everything. It also makes the 3 alt accounts make more sense as well. Or, you know, the 2 alt accounts. Because you get 3 profiles. As they did mention, there likely will not be a way to trade between them without it. Because the way that they were mentioning it, seems like Iron Man will not be able to go give items to other accounts. So if I wanted to give something to, you know, like one of my alts, I wouldn't be able to. So initially, we'll be just doing no trading then. And if they ever add a harder game mode in the future, while also ideally giving us more slots, then we'll try it. But we will be skipping normal Iron Man mode. Well, not really skipping. I always mention that, but technically we're not. You know how much we've played normal Iron Man mode? 1,120 hours. Because the game right now is basically just that. So it's not like we didn't give it a good shot. By then, we likely would be 200 all, including combat. Assuming combat rework is before trading, which at this point definitely seems like it is. But we're going to be 200 all before we even enable trading. Which basically means we hit max level without trading. So I'm pretty happy with that. It just helps speed up the absurdly high 500 all grind. Not that I'm ever doing that 500 all grind, but you know, we'll keep poking at it. Number go up simulator. I have no intention on ever actually achieving 500 all though. But we'll always be working closer to it. I just don't see a world in which we ever get it unless they do a year or two without adding a new chapter. But they're going to be adding at least 1 or 2 chapters a year, if not more. Are they going to have separate PvP areas? We have no clue what they're doing with PvP. Out of any upcoming feature that's happening before launch, PvP is actually the one we probably know the least amount about. Out of any feature coming between now and 1.0. Then I guess technically the quests. Because the quest could be literally anything. We do know what some of the upcoming quests are likely are, though. More adventure slots. A second teleport for Hopeport, since it only has 1 right now. Equipable potions, which you already mentioned during the Q&A, is going to be coming. We just don't know if it's one of the upcoming 2 that they mentioned. But we do know it's coming sometime. But rewards beyond that, we don't really know for quests. We might throw some real curveballs out there as far as some of the rewards for them. Because the most obvious 3 is more venture slots, a second teleport for Hopeport, and the equipable potions, which I already mentioned. But beyond that, we don't really know what they're going to do. Also, they technically mentioned they might be adding shortcuts with Builder. That would likely be quest associated. But that wouldn't happen until after Chapter 5, not beforehand. Would require both a quest completion, but also a Builder level. Being both Builder locked and what's it called locked? You mean in relation to Iron Man builds? You said that PvP builds are separate? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because PvP is going to be separated by PvP leagues. What I mean by that is we don't even know if Iron Man will be able to do PvP. Because the main reward that we know of for PvP is currency. And if the main reward is currency, you could literally just trade over money to Iron Man. Which means there's a chance that Iron Man will not be able to partake in PvP. Or at least not for any reward. Because the main reward that we're currently aware of for PvP is staking money. Or, you know, not real money, but, you know, in-game currency. Which is something that likely Iron Man would not be able to do. Oh no. Oh yes! We got a swap! Thank you, whoever just hit that. Oh, we just got saved so hard, whoever just did that. Thank you. Let me watch the replay. Who was that? Who was that? Oh, I can't see their name. It's too far away. But, thank you, whoever that was. My bad vision made me not able to see the name. Because it's such small text on the screen. On the replay screen. But yeah, them hitting that actually made it so we didn't get hit. Because that one was one tick away from hitting us. We weren't far enough away. No! I lost a double tile. I turned a 0 tile resource into a 2 tile one. It's the first time I made that misclick this entire time. Also, oh no, we're gonna gain 200 carpentry before woodcutting. We're gonna overshoot slightly, that's fine though. Any excess we'll start putting into cooking. I don't think we're gonna get a full level though. Or, you know, a full level of excess. But I'll just be put into the cooking grind. Slightly less cooking we'll need to do later. Fill out those dead zones in cooking. Because we're in a pretty big dead zone right now. I wouldn't say like huge, but definitely not one of the good XP ranges, that's for sure. Yeah, I think this would have been a little bit more even if I didn't do all the gathering. I can't pass up on so much free XP. What do we need higher cooking for? I mostly just need 200. But there's a few dead zones because the main dishes we need are at 144, 170, and 184. Which means the zone that we're in now is a bit of a dead zone. And the other one is like 160 to 170 is pretty dead. But after that, it's pretty smooth sailing for most of cooking beyond that. The most annoying two right now is getting to 144 and then getting to 170 from like 160-ish. But then after that, our XP rate is pretty good all the way to 200. Oh, it's gonna be sad saying goodbye to the forest in like 10 or 20 minutes from now. As aside from the carpentry that I'll be doing off stream after I grab a bite to eat, we're pretty much never coming back here again. Other than for scout. But then we're really never coming back here again. But then I guess for gather and carpentry and woodcutting again, but you know, it'll be a while. After today, we probably won't see the forest again for like 2 months. Unless they add one of those 2 quests that are coming to Chapter 2. In which case, we'll be back. But realistically, the next grind that will force us here is 200 Scout and 500 Scout, and that's it. I do need to do 208 woodcutting and 216 carpentry at some point, though. It's not particularly high priority. At least no time soon. Something that eventually needs to be done, but is very low priority on the list of things that need to get done. The thing that will make it high priority is if special attacks make it relevant. It's something I kind of want to get done before the combat rework. But 200 all non-combat is higher priority. As well as working on mining and smithing. Because in that time I could easily get like 20 levels into both of them. In the time that it would take to get 208 woodcutting and carpenter. To 260. Excuse me, to 216. Also, I'm so tempted to put one of these on the woodcutter. It's 100% not worth it. The temptation is high, though. Our XP rate's too good to do that, though. So speaking of which, 7% pot time. Unfortunately, some of that is banking time, so I should have done that earlier. Whoops. Hopefully it's not too big a deal. Alright, here we go. Carpenter. It's about to be finished. I'm so glad this grind's finally done. There's a grind I've been dreading since, like, week 1 when we did Spider Nest Quest. The inevitable, eventual 200 Carpenter grind. But it ends as soon as we dump that knowledge point into it. It's not that bad, though. As long as you do the woodcutting with it, it's not that bad. What makes it feel a lot worse is having to do it without storage rift. But after you have storage rift, is a lot better. Alright, there we go. Ironically doing it off of just a random bit of fruit rather than a tree. I'll take it. There we go. 200 Carpenter! It's done. Alright, now to finish woodcutter. Unfortunately, not back-to-back. But pretty close. Oh, so wow, that goes all the way to 476 for something. That goes really deep. Alright, I think 2 or 3 more sets of these and we're good to go. Fortunately, we're wasting a lot of that 7% pop, but that's fine. Oh no, the potion! Yeah, I think one more fear potion, we're there. Which I might not even need a re-up on the fear. If we get in 2 more sets, we don't even need it. So using one of these is not that bad. They cost like 1 silver each. If you sell them like 3 silver, they're basically free. They're as close to free as free gets. It's actually kind of insane when comparing some of the costs for like carpentry if you were to buy everything, or smithing if you buy everything. How somewhat reasonable alchemy actually is. When you compare it to like not selling from any other category. You know, things like bone rates, blacksmith, and stonemason make it way more when trading comes out though. Like way, way more. Yeah, now that we have 200 Carpenter, where are we? On a little list thingy here. We got 88th. Technically not, because we're actually the 97th person to get it. Because it's ordered based on XP, not based on order that you got it in. Wow, Unbi did like perfect exact amount. He's the lowest 200 in the entire game for Carpenter. Also, Tarek, I'm not sure if you're still here. You're still ahead of me, by the way. Well, at least for now, because I'm technically doing the other ones off stream. Which will technically make me pass you. But you technically, at the exact moment in time, have a higher 200 than our 200. Though we'll be doing all these pine logs off stream, though. Which will bring me to like 201 or 202. Pretty much exactly where our gather is. Alright, one more trip and that's hopefully enough. They'll probably troll us by needing like 2 more logs or something. We're gonna be like ever so slightly short. Speaking of slightly short. Oh no, we're gonna get attacked. Run, run, run. I'm not far enough. Oh, we are! Barely. Oh, that was so close. One more tick and he would have hit us. That was so absurdly close. Way more than it should have been. But it should be the last inventory. Worst comes to worst, I'll just drop a few on the ground. If we need like a few more logs or something. But it should be the last inventory for 200 woodcutting. And that is every mission complete. The farce has been completed. Ignore scout. Combat doesn't exist until combat rework. It is the first thing we're doing after combat rework, though. Get legit 200 all. So we can not have fake 200 all. I really hope it's in about, like, 3 weeks from now. I'm hoping it's, like, late February. As long as it doesn't come out on the 17th or 18th. Someone's doing bitter fruit only. Actually, we did do that on our way to 200 gatherer. Though I wish I would have done it slightly less because we got so much of it during woodcutting grind. Oh no, not a lot. We got like 7 extra levels. Which means if we were level 193, we would have gotten to max. And you unlocked this at 189. But I didn't realize we'd get that much XP from it. I didn't realize at the time we'd even bother doing it this way. It's such free XP that we kind of have to go for it. But there we go. 200 woodcutting. It is done. Still going to finish this inventory, though. But it is over. The farce has been completed. Kind of. If you ignore combat, the farce has been completed. And now we got to lock ourselves to Hope Port pretty much until the combat rework. Or at least until Valentine's Day. Well, I guess we'll head to our active AFK activity. Which, you guessed it, it's more Carpenter! Actually, I need to go to Hope Port to get the 5% pot. Actually, I might just AFK that instead. I'll do this a little bit later. I'm gonna do active AFK stews instead. Just so when I dump knowledge, when I do carpentry, I can dump it all into, Actually, I might just dump it into carpentry. As I do carpentry, I might just dump into carpentry. I'll just grab the 2 logs from here since we're just teleporting anyways. It doesn't really matter where we source them from. Thank you, thank you. Yep. Goal has been achieved. Time to grab dinner. Alright, first things first. Oh, wait, I need to bank these normally. Wait, that means I actually have to do this. Wait, I forgot. I still gotta bank these. Because Hope Port doesn't have a storage bin there. I really wish they had a storage rift like right at the front of Hope Port or something. I really hope in Chapter 5 or some kind of quest unlock we get a closer bank than this thing. This is the closest bank in the entire game to a teleport. And it's still so far from one. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna go to Hope Port. And then we'll go active AFK a bunch of stews then. And sometime later tonight I'll go to all the pines. But anyways, guys, any other questions? Any things? As far as the final poll, after 29 votes, which side panel configuration do you use the most commonly in Brighter Shores? At 28%, no side panels, which I'm actually surprised that's so high. I'm surprised that one's so high, and I'm surprised both is so low. But that one is at 28%, no side panels. Right side panel, which is how we normally play, or, you know, like this, is at 10%. Left side panel has caught up and also is at 10%. And then at first place by a mile, at 52%, is both side panels. Which I never realized that was so high. I also never realized no side panel was so high, but it makes sense, so you don't see as much interface. I'm just really surprised that the other one's so high. I guess we'll grab one more stew here. It's gonna bother me that there's a hole there. I'm gonna talk to this guy just to buy one stew. Is that worth it? No. But it must be filled. Congrats. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Anyways, guys, we're going to be calling it here for now. Going to grab some dinner. We'll be back tomorrow around the same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time. Goal for tomorrow is we are locked to Hope Port. We got to do Chef, we got to do Fisher, we got to do Forager. Probably starting most with Forager. Probably start doing a lot more cooking bounties than we have been, as we really need to start pressing that number up, especially in the dead zones like we are right now. And, yeah, start getting these up. As these are going to be our main 3 focus for the next week, pretty much till Valentine's Day. For the next, like, 10-ish days or so. These are our 3 big targets. 200 Chef, 200 Fisherman, 200 Forager. And as the game plan. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. I will catch you guys later, and we'll be back to continue it all tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.